anybody on recording hear us?
There you go now.
There we go.
Now we can.
Okay. Roll call. Nell Warren Morris, are you present today?
Present.
Thank you. Willem Baker,
Yes.
Karen Stiegelmeyer,
Present.
Matthew Redmond, Patrick Ortiz,
Present.
Tim Mock,
Present.
and I'm Jill Nelson. Let's start with the approval of the April 2024 summary of minutes. Is there any comments on the minutes? I think it's in our board packet. If not, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to support. To approve the minutes.
Second,
Second.
all in favor of
Aye.
approving this? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now we'll move into the approval of continuances and withdrawals. I believe there was one item that was moved from the agenda, the enforcement hearing for C&B Sand and Gravel, file number M 2007-058 to be continued.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Do I, any comments, questions? Do I hear, all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign? All right, then we'll move into the executive director's office report, Mr. Mott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good morning. Tim Mock, Deputy Director for the Department of Natural Resources. I'll start with some staffing updates. Can't remember if I updated you last month. Actually, I didn't because I wasn't here. So Governor Poulos has appointed Jason Ullman as the Colorado State Engineer for the Division of Water Resources. Jason has served as the Deputy State Engineer for the past few years and has resided in Montrose. So we look forward to working with him. Also, we have promoted our Assistant Director for Water, Kelly Romero-Keeney, to be the Deputy Policy Director for the Executive Director's Office. She will supervise the other assistant directors and lead the policy team and focus on our bringing our strategic priorities together. Along with that, we have filled the Assistant Director for Water position with Nate Pearson. Nate has served over the last few years as a recovery officer, has experience working with the governor's budget office, and has been an exceptional addition to our team. So we look forward to his work on water. And then our budget director, Carly Jacobs, has been promoted to Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Natural Resources. Speaking of which, Carly was DNR's Public Servant of the Year for the 2024 Public Service Recognition Week last week. Her work has just been absolutely instrumental in our budget requests to help put resources such as FTEs and funding on the ground for DNR. We also recognize Chris Sturm, who is the runner-up for Tom Clements Award for Government Innovation for his watershed management work. And then our team at Parks and Wildlife and in partnership with the Department of Revenue received the Tom Clements Award for innovation working or implementing the Keep Colorado Wild Pass. A couple other updates here within our divisions. We'll start with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I think I've mentioned this later last year, early last year. Parks and Wildlife, GOCO, Department of Natural Resources, and the Governor's Office have been working on a statewide plan called the Colorado Outdoor Strategy, which will help provide statewide goals for advancing biodiversity, climate resiliency, and conservation and recreation efforts to be undertaken by the state. We expect a draft plan released later this summer. Parks and Wildlife staff also presented during the April Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting on a new effort to develop a statewide beaver management plan. We expect this plan to help guide future beaver management efforts currently led by Parks and Wildlife. With the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, between November 1 and April 30th, we recorded 117 avalanche-related incidents with 141 individuals caught. It's the most we have on record for a season. In the 2018-19 season, which included the statewide historic March avalanche cycle, there were only 103 incidents for a matter of reference. There were about, however, 40% fewer reported avalanches in April than in March. We had a total of 557 avalanches recorded across the state. 50 of those were size D2 or larger. One avalanche size D3 or D3.5. 119 of the avalanches were human triggered. We had 25 avalanche incidents and accidents. And so that wraps up that avalanche report for the season. On the energy side, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission released draft rules for deep geothermal operations for public comment, stakeholder feedback this week. ECMC will be holding the rulemaking in July or August. And then on Thursday, ECMC will host a public hearing in Aurora to take public comment on the proposed Lowry Comprehensive Area Plan for oil and gas development. Forest Health, our Colorado Strategic Wildlife Action Plan, or COSWAP, is in the process of awarding $10 million to priority wildfire mitigation forest health projects for the second round of the Landscape Resilience Investment Program. And then we just, the USDA just announced yesterday that it will be awarding almost $30 million in community wildfire defense grants to 9 projects in Colorado across the state that help at-risk communities protect their homes, businesses, and infrastructure from catastrophic wildfire. And then after a national search, the State Forest Service announced earlier this month Christina Burry as the Deputy State Forester. She most recently served as the watershed scientist at Denver Water, who brings 18 years of natural resource work to the position, including her leadership of the Forest to Faucets program at Denver Water. So we look forward to working with Christina. Tribal updates. Let me see here. April 22nd, the Upper Basin tribes and the Upper Basin states and the Upper Division of the Colorado River Basin, acting through the Upper Colorado River Commission, signed a historic MOU commemorating parties' commitment to timely sharing information regarding Colorado River developments, identification of Colorado River issues of mutual concern, and engagement and cooperation on measures aimed at achieving common goals. We look forward to working with the tribes on that. And then the legislative session has wrapped up. We appreciate all of DRMS's staff that assisted in the development of budgets, legislative proposals, any testimony or information sharing with the legislature. It was another successful season at the legislature for DNR. A couple of highlights here was that House Bill 1379, which is a dredge and fill bill, passed both houses and is on its way to be signed by the governor. The legislation directly responds to last year's Supreme Court decision in Sackett versus EPA, which left wetlands and streams unprotected under the Federal Clean Water Act, and the bill authorizes the Water Quality Control Commission to work with Water Quality Control Division to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts of dredge and fill activities. Otherwise, a couple other legislative proposals that I mentioned earlier on, or was of some interest to some members of the board here, was that the restoration of wolverines passed, authorizing Parks and Wildlife to restore the North American wolverine to Colorado's landscape. Wolverines, as you all know, is a member of the weasel family. They're the largest member of the family and were once native to Colorado before being extirpated in the 1900s. There's only about 300 to 400 wolverines remaining in the lower 48 states, and Colorado has some of the best habitat to restore this rare species. And then Parks and Wildlife will also House Bill 1117 authorizing Parks and Wildlife to to study and manage invertebrates and rare plants. Also passed, so this directs Parks and Wildlife to conduct surveys of native invertebrate and rare plant species and develop population data and other biological and ecological information about distribution of habitat needs. The science will and research will help us identify conservation measures to protect invertebrate and plant species, knowing the critical role that they play in the overall ecosystem health. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Long?
That's a lot.
That was even the tip of the iceberg.
I can't
Busy
help but
session.
ask about the beaver management plan. So it's just creating a plan at this point.
It's just creating a plan. Yeah, thanks, Carm. You know, the significance of beavers for our ecosystems,
Fire.
water, fire, those type of things. Yeah, exactly. And so there's been a lot of interest in restoring them. There are certain measures that are known as beaver dam analogs, even to mimic beaver activity on certain waterways and improve ecosystem health. So we're looking at how we can better manage the species. And so that plan should be coming out probably later this year.
Anything else, Mr. Long? Thank you very much. And for the division director report, Mr. Means.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. Have a couple of items for you today. For the record, it's Russ Means. What's becoming our monthly report on the Schwarzwälder. DRMS obtained the discharge permit for the water treatment plant up at the Schwarzwälder on April 30th. We're working on the radioactive materials license, and that has been submitted to CDPHE, and we are close to receiving approval on that as well. With those permits in place, the target date for the initiation of water treatment is June 3rd. And there are going to be a couple of other permits that we will need to obtain, but we'll work on those after the water treatment commences. So June 30th is our date there. So we at this time of year we see some mine subsidence and stuff due to snow melt and runoff. The inactive program conducted emergency mitigation on 2 subsidence projects, issues and stuff up in Summit County the first week of May. There was a subsidence in the parking lot of an elementary school, which was excavated to a depth of 20 feet and then backfilled. The project actually proved to be a teaching moment for the students who were able to observe the work in the parking lot. Craig Bassinet, the project manager, will be giving a presentation on reclamation and mine safety to the students on May 16th. So there is also another event in a driveway of a private residence, which was excavated. And while doing that, they found a second shaft in the process. So both shafts have been backfilled and all safety hazards have been eliminated. Moving on from that, staff hiring, just an update for active mines. If the board will remember, we have 3 EPS positions that are open. Those were due to retirements and then upper promotions and stuff from those vacancies. Management staff and that is finishing up the scoring. We had 28 solid candidates, which is an uptick in the number from our last couple of rounds and stuff on that hiring. We also have an admin assistant intern position that we posted, and we've received referrals from HR on those. So our goal is to conduct interviews for all 4 of those positions the week after Memorial Day. So it'll be a busy week there. And finally, the Active Minds held a retreat on May 7th through the 9th at the YMCA in Estes Park. We were in a lodge and stuff up there at the YMCA, and the goal was to work on a continuity and consistency within our program. We had technical presentations and Q&A with our working groups, as well as discussions with our admin staff on ways and stuff and that to improve our efficiencies. We also discussed with Mr. Fugate and Mr. Schultz legal issues, and also how to build a better record in presentations before this board. So, and I also believe we stimulated the local economy on a couple of evenings. But with that, that's the end of my report, and we'll go from there.
Were those two features in Summit County, the subsidence, were those shafts known, were they identified before or?
I don't believe they were known. Is it Jeff?
Madam Chair, those were not identified previously, so one was in the school parking lot, we had no evidence that there was a previous mine there. And then the other site, there was no visual evidence of the surface that there was any mining, so it was kind of discovered when somebody pulled into the driveway and the tire fell into a collapsed portion of that shaft.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Means? If not, thank you very much for the update and good luck in your interviewing. All right, now we move to the consent agenda. The first one is are there any questions on the first agenda item, which is Owen Robertson for Twin Buttes Land? File number M 2023-038. Amy's here. Amy's online. Any questions for Amy on that one? And the second one, second consent agenda item is Mason Chamberlain for Chamberlain Concrete. It's file number M 2010-043. Any questions for Ms. Carter? All right. No questions from the board? Is there approval of the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favors?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. The consent agenda passes. And we move into the next item, the 5, the board action for the 72 Saddle Mountain Road, Colorado Springs, file number MSPP-72 and 74. And the second part of that is 74 Saddle Mountain Road, Colorado Springs. Mr. Means, thanks.
Hello, Madam Chair and board members. For the record, I am Russ Means and I am the pre-hearing officer for this matter. Before you today is the matter of the appeal of a decision by the Colorado Mine Subsidence Protection Program to deny damage claims on 72 Saddle Mountain Road and 74 Saddle Mountain Road owned by Austin Rivenberg, and also the other one and stuff is Kimmy and Ardith Lindquist. Pre-hearing conference was held on April 10th, 2024. It was done virtually. Because there is no formal process to submit appeals to the decision from CMSPP, attorneys from the division, the board, and the appellants agreed to adopt rules 2.6 and 2.7 from the Minerals Rules and Regulations. All parties submitted their witness list and exhibits by the dates agreed upon. For this hearing, the appellants have requested that the 2 appeals be heard as one item as the issues are identical in nature. And so they agreed upon times, their agreed upon times and stuff and that reflect that request. So with that, the pre-hearing order has been presented to you for review in your packets. I will now turn over the proceedings to the board and the parties to approve, modify, or object to the draft of the hearing at this point. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
Jeff Evades here, appearing on behalf of MSPP staff. I'll refer to them as staff or the division throughout the hearing. So I do have some objections to one of the issues raised in the pre-hearing order, and then I've got a couple requests. So if I can jump right in, please interrupt me if you have any questions. In the pre-hearing order, Mr. Means has identified issue 4 as origins and setup of the program. Summarizing that as whether the MSPP origin and program are set up correctly or should be an insurance program. Staff objects to that being included as an issue for discussion today because it's not relevant to the specific issues being discussed today. As the board's aware, an appeal hearing has a relatively narrow scope and record. Today, it is discussing whether or not there is substantial evidence in the record to support staff's finding that the damage to these homes was not the result of subsidence. Any testimony or discussion related to the origin of the program, the inception of the program, the legality of the program, although we acknowledge it's an important discussion to have, it's not appropriate here. It's unrelated or not relevant to these specific issues. Not only is it not relevant, it's not procedurally proper. As this board is also aware, the State Administrative Procedures Act and other rules governing boards, there is a process for parties to petition a board, in this case, sitting as trustee, to initiate a rulemaking, conduct rulemaking. There's also an informational option to petition the board to have a discussion about this particular topic. That's the more appropriate path to commence a discussion like this. It should not be part of this, again, narrow issue on appeal. That being said, if the board does want to entertain discussion on that, staff and myself are prepared to discuss that. We would ask that you add an additional 10 minutes to our presentation time so that we can thoroughly cover that issue and be available for any questions.
So you're moving to strike, your preference would be to strike item 4?
Correct. That would be my request, is strike that as not relevant and procedurally inappropriate for consideration at this appeal hearing of 72 and 74 properties.
And you mentioned another item as well?
Yes, my other objection relates to including Mary Shin as an expert on appellant's witness lists. Again, we have no objection to her testifying as either a fact or a lay witness. I'm not sure if she plans to testify today and if she's going to state in open record what qualifies her as an expert. But I would request that her inclusion in the pre-hearing order, that the subject matter expert language be stricken until she's certified by the board.
All right.
And then my final request, in the board's materials, appellants have submitted some reports and documents that had not yet been seen by the division. We did review those as part of our hearing preparation. In order to fully respond to those, we would ask that an additional 15 minutes be added to our rebuttal time. Right now, staff has 15 minutes in the pre-hearing order. We would ask that that be expanded to 30 minutes to cover all of the issues. I'm not sure that we'll use the entire 30 minutes, but I know that we can't cover what we'd like to cover in the 15 minutes allotted to staff.
Okay, so make sure I understand. So the first issue is to strike number 4, and if not, you'd want 10 minutes added to the presentation or the rebuttal?
To the presentation. So that would be currently on that page. Our presentation has 65 minutes. We would ask that 10 additional minutes be added to that time.
Okay, and then on number 2, striking the subject matter expert, if we leave that in, you would like how much added where?
I would, the striking of qualifying Ms. Shin as an expert, that's just a standalone request that until she testifies and provides her background that she's not initially qualified as an expert. And then the third request is in order to respond to reports we've not yet seen, we'd ask for an additional 15 minutes in our rebuttal time, bringing that to a total of 30 minutes.
All right.
I think it makes sense to just leave out Article 4, but I do have a question about, do we have a definition of what qualifies as an expert?
There is, I mean, and I may defer to the board's attorney or the trustee's attorney on this. As the board's aware, rules of civil procedure, rules of evidence do apply to this board in a somewhat loose fashion. 702 of rules of evidence provides the description of what constitutes an expert. At this point, I'm unfamiliar with Ms. Shin's work other than the two articles that were included in the board packet. So I would just like to hear from her or appellants as to why she may have that level of knowledge that qualifies her as an expert. And I'll defer to Mr. Coyman if there's a better explanation of that.
Yeah, I think you're just looking. The rule of evidence kind of, the touch point is whatever technical or particular expertise that kind of takes someone beyond like a layman's view. And yeah, that's just up to whoever's presenting a witness to kind of lay that foundation and explain what takes this person from a lay witness to someone who has specialized technical or whatever background that moves them beyond, essentially a fact.
So by striking it here, the burden of proof would just happen during the presentation by the appellant,
Or
or if they want to
correct.
have review.
Yeah, the appellant can certainly, when they present that witness, provide her background, whatever technical expertise that witness has that, moves them above, a regular lay witness to a subject matter expert.
And to clarify, staff, we're not objecting to her providing testimony today, just clarifying the weight that the board affords her testimony.
Clear understanding here on it.
Yes.
Appellant, have the opportunity to any word from the appellant? Please identify who you are, sir.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, Board. My name is Austin Rivenberg, the owner of 72 Saddle Mountain. I'd like to respond to Mr. Fugate's request to strike the issue of the legality of the Colorado Mine Substance Protection Program. As we discussed in the pre-hearing video call, that actually gets to the core of how this has happened. This Colorado statute, which embeds in federal statute, is explicit that this is to be an insurance program. It is to insure people in this situation. The Colorado Mine Substance Protection Program website is explicit that it is not an insurance program. The reason that we have the flawed study and the flawed decision is because there's not the oversight of this program that would come with it being an insurance program. So literally the entire process that got us to this point is because the Mine Substance Protection Program is not doing what it is. It's not following the legislative intent either at the state or federal level. That is really the core issue that led to the flawed finding that we are now appealing. So I request the board to keep that in consideration of this appeal.
And explain, so you want us to understand the logic behind it, but you know that we cannot change that administrative ruling today, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. And then the second point, subject matter expert, are you?
We, at this point, we do not intend for Ms. Shen to provide testimony. She is here as a subject matter expert in the public opinion of both mine substance issues and the Colorado Mine Substance Protection Program in El Paso County and Colorado Springs. She is the lead reporter on the mine substance account for the Gazette, has written. I only provided 2 articles that were directly relevant to this case, but her area of subject matter expertise is in the public opinion of this program in El Paso County and Colorado Springs.
Sorry,
But
you,
she was, I included her on the witness list solely if in case the board wished to ask any questions that were relevant from the articles that were provided as evidence. At this point, I'm not intending to call her as a witness as part of the proceedings.
okay. Are you okay with striking the subject matter expert, given the understanding of what that implies? Proof of burden of proof on her expertise?
If you are, I suppose I'm not a lawyer. The letter of the requirement, I would say that she is a subject. I mean, she's certainly not a subject matter expert in mine substance or geology or geotechnical studies. That was never the intent.
Mm-hmm.
This is more, but I do believe she has qualifies as a subject matter expert in terms of public opinion and popular understanding of this very flawed program. And I think that's frankly reflected by the fact that she's been the lead reporter for the Gazette for a number of years. I don't recall off the top of my head how many on this issue.
Are you willing to be able to go through that to the extent that it's relevant in your presentation and strike the terminology here because of its implications?
Madam Chairwoman, I'd say that that perhaps be a bridge to cross if the board has any questions of her relevant to the articles that was submitted as evidence. Again, I had not intended to call her to present to the board, and she is here both to observe the board's proceedings and to be able to answer questions if the board has any questions on her previous reporting that was provided as exhibits.
Okay. And then the reports. And you,
I am not familiar with which reports Mr. Fugate's referring to. I provided all the exhibits by the deadline. So I'm not sure what he's referring to.
and extent the reports he was referring to and just give him an additional 15 minutes in the rebuttal. Are you comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that if we also receive an additional 15 minutes in rebuttal.
All right. Comments from the board? Questions? As it stands, we have this process. Our first task is to approve this. The pre-hearing order. Do we want to approve it as is with amendments as requested? Open for discussion. Neil and Patrick, do you have any comments as well?
I just think it makes sense to keep the conversation on what's at hand here, based on this incident. So I would be in favor of passing this pre-order hearing statement with the amended requests that Mr. Fugate outlined.
Any other discussion? So that would be striking item 4 and allowing some time. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Amendments.
The amendment.
A little bit more.
Motion to approve the pre-hearing.
Oh, motion to approve the striking and and we do any necessary amendments prior to adopting the order. So that's
Just spell on clearly for the. There's been a motion to approve with the amendments that Mr. Fugate requested. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
I
Opposed, same sign. All right, here we go. So we will be striking item 4 in the testimony. So at this point in time, everyone who's going to testify both on the state's behalf and the appellant's half Need you to raise your right hand and swear that you'll tell your truth. Swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Yes. All right, and please, as you prepare, present testimony today, please always give your name for the record before you speak at any point in time. So we will be following we will start with the board introduction. The division shall have 10 minutes to present the overview of the appeal. You are.
Thank you again. My name is Jeff Fugate. I'm here on behalf of the MSPP staff or the division. While Rachel is setting up the division's PowerPoint, I'm going to run through just kind of a quick roadmap, check off a few issues that I think are important at the outset of the hearing to frame this particular matter for the boards who are sitting as trustees to the Mine Subsidence Protection Program. First, I want to apologize for the duplication in the voluminous record you received. I did talk with Mr. Rivenberg before. I should have put in some effort to better coordinate with him to eliminate some of the duplicated records. In particular, you have copies of 2 copies of the pre-enrollment inspection, the claim inspection, and the geotechnical inspection. So that's about 1,000 pages of duplication. I knew this was going to be a voluminous record, but we could have done something to reduce that. So my apologies. I did provide you all with a hard copy and an email copy of our exhibit and index list, where I tried to reference the page numbers in the board packet to help find things as we're going through the hearing. I'll also identify what I believe are kind of the most relevant documents in your packet, at least relevant to the board's portion of the presentation. I also want to reiterate something that Mr. Means has indicated in his pre-hearing order introduction. This matter does involve 2 separate claim denials, appeals of those denials for properties at 72 and 74 Saddle Mountain Road in the Rock Rimmon neighborhood of Colorado Springs. The parties did agree to consolidate these 2 appeals into 1 hearing. A lot of that is for judicial efficiency. There is a lot of repeated facts, repeated efforts. As staff presents, we will do our best to specifically identify when we're talking about 72 versus 74 to try to clear up the record, just in the event there is further appeal to district court in this matter. It'll help also for the board to kind of follow the timelines of the 2 properties, because there are some important differences. As I mentioned, in this matter, the board is presiding as trustees to the Mine Subsidence Protection Program. Because this is an adjudicatory hearing, the trustees are sitting in a quasi-judicial role or capacity. That means that you will be acting essentially as a judge in this matter, deciding whether or not there's substantial evidence presented to support the claim denials. Rule 8, which I've been informed is part of your board packet, that does outline the process and authority of the trustees and what your role is as trustees. As a reminder, division or staff, we are staff to the trustees. Although we are advocating a position today, or at least providing a rationale behind the denial decisions, similar to a 112 permit application that you're a little more familiar with, we're staff to the board. And then finally, I do want to mention that the trustees do have a fiduciary duty and responsibility related to the control and management of the trust fund that supports the MSPP. Right now, the trust fund is at approximately $4.9 million. This covers areas in Boulder, Weld, El Paso, and Jefferson counties, where back in the late 80s, early 90s, the board sitting as trustees identified as a need for this program in those locations. If needed, we can go into more detail on what that fiduciary duty means with relation to the trust. But just to clarify, that trust covers all of the costs of this program. There are no alternate funding sources here. So all of the costs that are discussed today are paid out of that trust fund. So to overly simplify the process, there are 3 main steps in the process that I want to identify for you. I'll identify the inspection report specifically. But everything starts with an enrollment of the home in the program. At the time of enrollment, there is a pre-enrollment inspection conducted. For 72, that starts at page 270 of your packet. For 74, that starts at page 588. That inspection identifies all of the pre-existing damage and impacts at a home. The next step, if a homeowner does pursue a claim, they submit a claim to the MSPP. MSPP and their contractors go out and conduct an inspection. The inspection reports here, page 70, or home 72 is at page 368. Home 74 is at page 674 in your packet. Often, staff working with their contractor make claim determinations based on just the information received at that claim inspection process. Here, staff determined that additional information through a geotechnical investigation was warranted and would provide helpful information. So they did conduct that level of investigation at these two homes. That report is at for home 72 at page 245 and for home 74 at page 561. As I said, those are the three most important documents in the packet as far as kind of the technical rationale behind the division's decision. Just as additional background in the program, enrollment in the program is $35 a year with an initial $200 enrollment inspection cost. If a homeowner pays that $35 for 3 consecutive years, there are no further costs to the homeowner. They're in the program with no further expenses. That low fee was by design to encourage enrollment, and some of the discussion is outlined in Rule 8.02.2. As you have seen in the pre-enrollment inspections included for the two properties, there was significant pre-existing damage at both of these homes. 72 enrolled in 2022, 74 enrolled in 2021. Those pre-enrollment inspections are a very detailed snapshot of the condition of the home prior to enrollment. I raise that because it's important to note that in Rule 8.02.2, any damage and pre-existing conditions are not eligible for benefits under the program. And the homeowner acknowledges and certifies this as part of the application packet. So the damage identified in the pre-enrollment reports for these two homes would not be covered under MSPP. Unless the board has any questions on this introductory information, I'll hand it over to Rachel to give a more detailed discussion of the two properties.
Just have one question in terms of enrollment. I was thinking, would it make sense for someone to enroll with a piece of property before anything's built on it, or that doesn't make sense?
Under the program, there are some requirements as to when the home was built, have to have been constructed before 1989, and in the areas identified by the board as eligible for enrollment. Rachel may have more of the details. Right now, there are right now in El Paso, Boulder, Weldon, Jefferson County, there's 6,340 homes enrolled in the program, or eligible to be enrolled in the program. Total enrolled is at 871. So it's obviously significantly below the number of eligible homes, but there was kind of an eligibility criteria as part of the original creation of the program.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Rachel Nicholas, and I am a project manager for the Inactive Mine Program with DRMS, and also the administrator for the Mine Subsidence Protection Program. And I've been doing this work for 11 years with the program. And I just wanted to take a few minutes before we start or dig into the presentations to just give you an overview of the timeline of each home relative to the program and the inspections. So at 74 Saddle Mountain Road in Colorado Springs, that home was enrolled in the program on November 2nd, 2021. And 7 months later, the homeowner emailed me to initiate a request for a claim inspection of damage at the property on June 13th, 2022. Oh, I'm sorry, that's more than some. On July 25th, 2022, Tetra Tech Inc. completed a site visit to perform a claim inspection of the damage at the property. And on August 24th, 2022, the completed claim inspection report and cover letter denying the claim was mailed to the homeowner. On September 26th, 2022, the homeowner called me to express their intent to appeal the MSPP determination of denial of the claim. And the homeowner was told at that time that the MSPP would complete a subsurface geotechnical investigation at 72 Saddle Mountain Road and 74 Saddle Mountain Road to further investigate the subsurface conditions. On December 26, 2023, the completed geotechnical study report and claim denial letter was sent to the homeowner via FedEx. On January 4th, 2024, I received the homeowner's intent to appeal the claim denial to the Mine Land Reclamation Board. And on February 6, 2024, an addendum report to the geotechnical study was mailed to the homeowner. And then I will go over the same summary at the other property at 72 Saddle Mountain Road in Colorado Springs. That home was enrolled in the program on May 27th, 2022. And 4 months after that, on September 13th, 2022, the homeowner emailed and called me to initiate a request for a claim inspection of damage at the property. On October 6, 2022, Tetra Tech Inc. completed a site visit to perform a claim inspection of the damage at the property. On November 17, 2022, the completed claim inspection report and cover letter stating that Tetra Tech concluded that the damage was not a result of mine subsidence was mailed to the homeowner. The cover letter included MSPP's intent to further investigate the property through a geotechnical investigation. The cover letter was written using a template that conflicted with Tetra Tech's conclusion in the claim report. That language was updated and sent to the homeowner by email on November 28th, 2022 to reword Tetra Tech's conclusions to include the language that while Tetra Tech concludes that the damage was likely not caused by mine subsidence, a geotechnical study should be completed to verify. On December 26, 2023, the completed geotechnical study report and claim denial letter was sent to the homeowner via FedEx. And on January 16, 2024, I received the homeowner's intent to appeal the claim denial to the Mine Land Reclamation Board. Do you have any questions about the timeline of inspections or?
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for our introduction.
Now we'll move to the presentation by the appellants. You have 65 minutes to make your presentation to the board. Each appellant is allotted 10 minutes and then with a combined 45. Please do remember to state your names for the record.
won't let me stop sharing. Oh, let me see if I can do it over here. Here. Sorry, guys. I don't know why it's not doing this. There it goes. See, you're hired. Yeah, I think that's it.
It's supposed to be on that screen.
No, it's up here on this.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
I can change it. if you
No, that's all right. Just making sure I understand what's going on. Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, my name is Earl Austin Reitenberg, the owner of 72 Saddle Mountain. In the interest of Dr. Kunda's time, he has a flight to take for the School of Mines International Program, which is departing today. I'd like to have him start with his presentation as the subject matter expert on this issue. Dr. Kunda.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Rennie Kaunda. For the record, I'm an associate professor at Colorado School of Mines. And I'm here as an expert witness on behalf of the complainants related to this issue of subsidence. And I've been in the mining industry for over 20 years. I'm a PE in the state of Colorado. I spent some time in the industry before I started teaching at Colorado School of Mines about 10 years ago. I've been involved in more than 50 projects around the world, in Africa, Asia, South America, and North America. And I've also had numerous publications. So I'm essentially here to give my views and my opinion to the information that I was provided by the complainant as to whether the damage that was observed at 72 Saddle Mountain Drive and 74 Mountain Drive could be due to subsidence due to mining activities or not. Next slide, please. So the first context I want to lay down is the issue that when you are investigating subsidence, it's important to recognize that it's a complex phenomenon. It is something that is not easy to identify or investigate. One has to be very cautious when they are trying to look at mining-induced subsidence. Next slide, please. For example, this illustration shows different types of subsidence, and I've explained all this in detail in my geotechnical review report, which is part of the exhibits. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to highlight the main features of my opinion, of my observations. So there are different forms and different types of subsidence. There's the so-called discontinuous subsidence, which can be very localized and very challenging to identify because it does not occur over a very large area. It usually occurs in smaller areas compared to the so-called continuous subsidence. For example, trough subsidence is one example of continuous subsidence, which typically occurs over very large areas. Next slide, please. Okay. So the first point I want to mention is that subsidence has been known and has been demonstrated to occur many years after mining has ceased for a mining method called room and pillar mining. So the reason typically why this takes longer to occur compared to other types of mining methods such as longwall mining is because of the support system that is designed underground. The support system over a period of time can deteriorate and cause instabilities with the pillars, the floors, the roofs, and that can lead to ground movements. For example, studies have shown subsidence in Colorado happening 73 years after the mining activities have ceased. In one case in Illinois, there was an observation of subsidence due to room and pillar mining after 100 years. So that is a highly significant fact. Next slide, please. So my first observation was that the investigation that was conducted at the two homes did not have sufficient deep holes. Next slide, please. The one drill hole that was drilled to a depth of 242 feet below the ground between the two homes was not sufficient to characterize the three-dimensional nature of the old mining environment beneath the two homes. For example, there was a study that was done in the Appalachians where they drilled a total of 18 deep holes through the bedrock. So such an investigation study is more likely to yield much more information compared to only drilling one hole and using that as a basis to map the geology beneath the two homes. Next slide, please. So here's an illustration of what you typically expect to see from a mining operation. So I point your attention to the very bottom, which shows a coal panel being mined out. So above that zone, you'd expect a very fractured zone. And above that fractured zone, which has a lot of jointing and fracturing, you'd expect a so-called dilated zone, which means it has been disturbed due to the movement below. In addition, you'd expect that disturbance to cause any sagging or a movement to the geological layers in what is called the constrained and an affected zone. But the dimensions that are shown of those different zones are presented here for illustration purposes. However, it's essentially a function of the size of the voids that you have. So the larger the voids you have, the larger the areas and the zones above the mining area will be impacted as well. Next slide, please. So this shows you different geological layers, and you can see how there's mining at the bottom, but the overlying geologic layers have been progressively impacted by the deformation and the distortion that is taking place at the mining level. And that's right. For example, we have two examples here of scenario A versus scenario B. In scenario A, the zone of impact by the mining would be much wider compared to scenario B because the dashed zone is larger in scenario A compared to scenario B, and it's much shallower. So if you were going to investigate the disturbed zone in scenario A, you are more likely to capture the influence compared to scenario B on the surface, given the relatively narrower area. So if you had only one hole and you were outside that zone of influence for the scenario B, it's possible to miss that target due to the mining with subsidence. The next slide. My second point is that the deep drilling which was conducted was reportedly drilled through a mine pillar. Next slide. So here's an illustration of the room and pillar mining method. You have a series of rooms and pillars, and in the Colorado front ridge, the pillars are generally believed to be between 15 to 50 feet wide, as indicated or as illustrated. Therefore, if you have failure in one of the pillars, that individual pillar could cause conditions to deform, leaving the other pillars undisturbed. So to capture the one pillar which failed, you would certainly need to drill more than just one deep drill hole through the bedrock. Here is the floor plan for 72 Saddle Mountain Road. And as you can see, the general floor plan is 59 feet by 35 feet. Now compare that to the dimension of the pillars believed to be 15 to 50 feet wide. So one can easily see how it's possible to have pillars which could be below the homes and not be captured if they were the source of the problem or the instability. Now, next one. My third point that I want to highlight is the targeting of trough subsidence. So in the investigation report that I reviewed, it was stated that trough subsidence was the main target. However, I want to just point out that trough subsidence, as I mentioned, would be most likely due to mining methods such as longwall mining, which are over a wide area. Therefore, if the source of the problem is coming from a smaller area, then you are likely to miss that trough subsidence. Next slide. Okay, so this illustration is from a study which was conducted, and it essentially shows room and pillar mining method, and you can see the different geologic layers which have been disturbed in the subsurface. And what the science tells us is that the features that we observe at the surface, whether these are sinkholes, whether these are mere sagging or deflections of the topography, is highly dependent of the physical or rock properties of the different geologic layers. So you are likely to experience a different features at the surface based, among other properties, the properties of these geologic layers sitting on top of the core panels. Next slide. The fourth observation I made was incomplete laboratory soil testing. Next slide. This summary table comes from the geotechnical report, which was conducted. The first four data points indicate soil sample results from 74 Saddle Mountain Road. The rest of the soil sample results indicate tests which were conducted at 72 Saddle Mountain Road. There's a statement directly from the report which says data indicates there's potential for swelling soils to exist on the 74 Saddle Mountain property. However, as you can see from this table, there were no soils which were tested for swell at 74 Mountain Road. The soil tests were conducted at 72 Mountain Road. And similarly, there were no settlement tests which were conducted for 72 Saddle Mountain Road. So there's really no basis to say that there's potential for swelling to exist on 74 Saddle Mountain Road when no actual soil tests for swelling were conducted for that particular property. Next slide, please. So the detailed report is part of the exhibit, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to stop here for now. And if there are any questions from the board, I'll be happy to answer those questions before the other presentations, given the limited amount of time that we have.
I have one question, Mrs. Karen Stiglmeyer, regarding just when you talk about bedrock and drilling through bedrock. I imagined that after the mining, it wouldn't really be what I would call bedrock, but more loose rock on top of it.
So it depends on the conditions of the rock. There's going to be a disturbed zone, certainly around the mine workings. However, if you drilled through the right spot, you could run into that rubble zone. If you are drilling through one of the pillars and that pillar has not been disturbed, it would not indicate loose rock or rubble.
What would be your recommendation on how many holes should be drilled to define?
So my recommendation would be to certainly drill more than one deep hole, given the fact that if you are drilling through an area which had Roman pillar mining or known for Roman pillar mining, the spacing should certainly be a function of the dimensions of the pillars and the rooms to be able to capture any disturbance that you see at the property, given the fact that the damage that you see in the foundations and on the walls is indicative of tilting and settlement and expansion. You certainly need capture either a rubble zone where there's a lot of broken rock or any pillars that are failing or that are that have disintegrated over the years after the mining activities ceased.
Thank you. Any other questions for Doctor before he leaves.
Good morning. I'm the owner of.
Let me just check before. Bill and Patrick, you're good?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, sorry for that.
Morning. I'm the owner of 74 Saddle Mountain Road. And I'm just gonna make a statement, read a statement.
Please.
Kenny Lindquist. Thank you. And thank you for hearing us. My name is Kenny Lindquist and my wife and 7 kids have lived at 74 Saddle Mountain Road for 20 years. The house was 23 years old when we bought it, and at the time, it had no settling or structural issues. I work from home, so I interact with the neighbors a lot. Our house is at the very beginning of the street and on the outer edge of the neighborhood. In 2017, we started seeing settling and damage. The front porch began cracking and separating from the porch columns. We had it mudjacked once and had to call them back to do it again the next year. The second time, the head of the crew was surprised that it took more than 2 full loads of mud to raise the porch, especially since this was supposed to be a top off of what was done the year before. He said he'd never seen anything like this and he didn't know where all the mud was going. I started telling my wife to look down before she stepped out our front door. There are big cracks across the length of the porch that keep getting bigger. The front part is breaking away from the part that is attached to the house with rebar. The gaps above and below the support columns are growing. The tile floor on the back basement rooms began cracking and breaking, and the floor itself keeps dropping down. So there is now space between the wall base and the floor across the entire length of the back of the house. A few years ago, the main sewer pipe suddenly disconnected from the house drop pipe, and we had toxic waste everywhere. Our plumber couldn't figure out how this could happen. That sewer pipe is a strong metal, but it definitely dropped and shifted. The only possible explanation is the ground below the main pipe must have fallen. All of this has us convinced that the ground beneath our home is dropping and that our house is progressively tilting backwards. At a neighborhood barbecue, our friend, who is an insurance agent, heard about our situation and told us about MSPP and suggested we look into it. We enrolled right away thinking we were covered should things get really bad. Boy, were we wrong. When Tetra Tech came out to do the initial inspection, the guy took a lot of photos inside the house. The report came back saying that the issues we had were probably builder issues and not caused by mine subsidence. I couldn't understand how they could decide this using photos from the inside of my house. I decided to do some research of my own and I questioned 3 local builders, and they all said that any builder issues would have shown up in the first 5 to 10 years after the house was built. Our problems started showing up 35 years later. That didn't make sense. About a year later, we called MSPP back to look at the increased damage, and Tetra Tech came to take more pictures and measure the walls and write more notes to essentially blame builder issues. It's amazing that how that can be determined without testing the stability of the huge man-made caverns directly below us. I personally get the feeling that MSPP is trying to blame our situation on anything but mine subsidence. It seems the whole point is to protect the fund, not us. And they won't help us until a giant hole appears and swallows our home. We asked Rachel to do further testing, and she sent drilling rigs to pull core samples from our properties, which now I've heard is probably a useless method. A couple of weeks ago, I was in my backyard when a neighbor I had never met leaned over my fence to ask me how this whole process was going. It seems we have become local celebrities and not in a good way. This man told me that in 1991, a huge hole appeared in our street on the other side of our neighborhood, and he watched over 13 trucks of cement get dumped into it. Mining leaves unnatural caverns below us that can dry out and fill with water. The homes built above them alone add millions of pounds on the ceilings of these caverns. We think our situation is just the tip of the iceberg. And if something doesn't change with how MSPP assesses the damage, and the whole area will become a wasteland, and hundreds of families will be stuck with homes that are not safe to live in and not suitable to sell. Where does the protection part of the program kick in? I started checking with others in our area about MSPP and got the same response over and over. Good luck. They won't do anything. No, thank you, not worth it. One even called it a scam. We need something to change. We need a program that works. We need your help. Thank you. Any questions?
Are you folks done with your presentation?
No, that was his introduction as the owner of one of the two properties. If there are no questions. for him.
Any questions? Should we go on? We may wait till we hear it all. Take it
Of
all.
course.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, my full name is Earl Austin Rivenberg. I'm the owner of 72 Saddle Mountain. I think two of the key things that led us to this point is first, I have a very strong background in bureaucracy. I have a master's in public administration. I spent 6 years with the Department of Defense, the world's largest bureaucracy, both in uniform and as a civil service employee. That gives me the ability to recognize when a bureaucracy is working and when it isn't. I also have a limited background in geology and geography. I grew up on a farm, spent 18 years there with 8 years competing in 4-H geology competitions. I did my bachelor's in environmental conservation at CU Boulder, which included coursework in geology and geography. Also, my work in military intelligence, there's a lot of issues with soils for trafficability, road stability, runway stability. So while I'm not by any means any sort of expert in geology or soils, but I think I am likely more informed than the average previous mine substance protection program participant. I'd like to highlight the verbiage from the final decisions on the claim from their the cover letter on the slide. The key is in red that the Colorado State Office is putting all of the responsibility on Tetra Tech. The language is that Tetra Tech concludes and that their rejection is in response to Tetra Tech Incorporated's study. This language is identical in both the reports for 72 and 74 Saddle Mountain. I'm not a lawyer in the state of Colorado. I'm not a lawyer at all. However, I was a contracting officer for the federal government, and there's such a thing as an inherently governmental task. That all of the authority for the decisions for the Colorado Mine Substance Protection Program are being made by a contractor headquartered, a global contractor headquartered in California, does not seem appropriate to me. There's no indication in the final rejection that anyone who is qualified, who is actually a direct employee and a representative of the state of Colorado, reviewed the work of Tetra Tech for its suitability and comprehensiveness before just taking the Tetra Tech conclusion and then making that the Colorado Mine Substance Protection Program conclusion. Rachel in her initial presentation mentioned something that was really the key moment for me. When I received my initial rejection, the cover letter was a simple one-pager, and it said that Tetra Tech concludes the damage currently exhibited are not the result of mine substance ground movements. I didn't see how that could be possible without ever digging a hole and just from looking at the house. So I actually read the entire 100+ page report, and nowhere in that report does it have language that matched the rejection letter from the Mine Substance Protection Program. When I challenged Rachel on this, she immediately changed the letter, as she mentioned in her introduction, to say that the damage does not appear to be, and they would like to continue the investigation to verify the conclusion. Now, if there's one thing I picked up in 36 years in DOD, it's that when a government employee doesn't do something right and you challenge them on it and they immediately make the change with no apology and no explanation, this is the first I'd heard that this was the result of a template, that raises my eyebrow, and nothing since that time has made that eyebrow come back down. I'd like to elaborate on the attempt to blame builder error. Now, in this neighborhood, it is absolutely true that there are a lot of homes with structural damage because of the expansive soils in the area. However, I did not share with my protection program the 1990 engineering study done at the request of credit union when the house was refinanced that specifically asked for the risk of mine subsidence to the structure, to the home at 72 Saddle Mountain. This is Exhibit 7. In 1984, the house was remediated, and the engineering report done then was based on the foundation modification plans by Mickey and Schneider Incorporated, Consulting structural engineers from Lakewood, Colorado, the residence is designed for the swell potential and should not have a problem for the remainder of the structure's life. So what they attempted to, and at no point in the report do they ever identify what the structural problem is, nor do they ever actually look at the structure at a engineering level to identify what the problem is. They're simply looking for something to blame it on that's not mine subsidence. However, in this case, that structural remediation was done in 1984, 2 years after it was built, which is the time frame that you would expect a structural problem to appear in a home. I'd like to elaborate and reference Exhibit 8, what Kenny's mentioned earlier regarding the mudjacking of his front porch. So Exhibit 8 is a statement from Crackerjack Mudjacking, which was the company he used to try unsuccessfully to stabilize the front porch. Between the two visits, they put 28 cubic yards of mudjacking grout underneath the front porch. After the second time and going through multiple truckloads, the company had to void their warranty because something was going on and they didn't understand it. One of the quote from the exhibit is, Drew commented, there must be a large hole underneath this porch. Now, I'd like to point out that Kenny has told this story to every member of the Mine Substance Protection Program in my presence when Mr. Graves came out for the pre-site survey with Rachel, as well as the Tetra Tech engineers. In their report, there is no evidence from the shallow holes drilled at the corner of each house of that 28 cubic yards of mud, which means it could not have spread laterally. And the only place that could go is down. And the only place it's going to go down is into the mine underneath our homes. And the only way that's going to happen is if there's something happening with that mine. This was not addressed at any point in any of the reports provided by Tetra Tech and the Mine Substance Protection Program. I'd like to reference back to Dr. Kunda's and in his a quote from his report that is Exhibit 9. In my professional assessment, the information in Section 1 of this report is not adequate to rule out home damage due to mine-induced substance. There's a critical need to take into account more detailed analysis of how room and pillar substance actually occurs, the actual expressions of that substance, and the appropriate methods to investigate. The damage to the two houses could be due to mine-related substance stemming from any of several possible mechanisms described in this review. I'd also like to expand on the issue of the single deep core hole, and specifically going through the pillar. Now, we did not contact Dr. Kunda until after we'd gotten the final report and the final rejection from the Colorado Mine Substance Protection Program. But Mr. Graves, we had extensive conversations with him about how the geotechnical study would be done during the walkthrough of our properties before it began. And he was very explicit that they needed to drill down to the mine and see what was happening inside the mine. Towards the end of the drilling, when I talked to one of the Tetra Tech contractors, and he told me that the one deep hole they drilled didn't even hit the mine, it hit a pillar, but that's still all they were going to do. That made it really plain to me what I had been suspecting all along, is that the intent of the program was simply, unless your house visually falls into a hole, they are not going to pay a claim. Their priority is protecting their trust fund, not taking care of the citizens of Colorado, is the way it appears from our perspective. We reached out to the School of Mines because the report simply did not make sense to us. They're trying to characterize the mine when they couldn't even hit it when they drilled their test hole. And there was no, the reasonable thing, especially given the way the process was explained to us, how this was going to work, is that after you miss your target, you would re-drill to actually hit what it was you needed to hit to find out what was actually going on. Also like to expand on Tetra Tech's looking for trough substance. This was also something that we had identified from looking at the reports ourselves before we contacted Dr. Kunda. In the Tetra Tech final report, Exhibits 5 and 6, it states plainly, trough substance would be the most probable method of substance to occur on these properties, given the depth of the mine workings, the lack of known shafts in the area. The effects of trough substance at this depth are expected to cause strain, fracturing voids across a wide area, which would be observed in the core hole. However, the Tetra Tech reports have a very large general information section at the back of them, which state chimney substance sinkholes, the most frequently observed types of substance along the Colorado Front Range, only rarely occur at depths greater than 100 feet. This slide is from the final report, and it shows clearly that the kind of substance that you would expect to see in a room and pillar mine is chimney substance, according to supporting documents provided by Tetra Tech. Trough substance is underneath, and that is from a long or short wall mine. At no point in the report do they explain their assertion that trough substance, which is normally with a long wall mine, would be what they should look for in above our room and pillar mines, unless the goal is to deny the claim. Because if you're looking for the wrong, a kind of substance that's not going to be there, you're probably not going to find it. One of the other things that I did after the incident with the corrected initial rejection was to be a little bit of research. And one of the first things I found was a report from the General Accounting Office, because the Colorado Mine Substance Program was initially funded by the federal government along with 5 other states. Total of 6 states.
This is related to the issue one of the stricken.
Thank you.
Colorado is the only state to not establish an insurance program. Colorado's grant application, which was provided to you by Mr. Fugate for this hearing as one of his exhibits, which was not stricken, as I recall. Did you strike your own exhibit?
Any exhibit submitted related to this issue was stricken from the record. We submitted it because we were unsure if the board was going to receive testimony for this. So I would maintain that anything related to that issue for arguing the exception of the program is not, should not be part of this.
Yes, that is correct. The board did strike item number 4 from this proceeding.
All right. One of the other things mentioned in the material that he provided in the timeline for the program, which would be relevant, is that Colorado is such a small state. That's why they went with a protection program. Wyoming went with an insurance program, and they are much smaller than us with the total numbers provided here.
Okay, Madam Chair, same objections related to insurance versus trust fund issue, which has been stricken.
This is actually comparing 2 very similar states and the issues in those states.
Is it around item 4, the regions and setup of the program?
So no history of the program, no comparison of the effectiveness of the program with other states.
Those are valid concerns, but beyond this hearing. Because I think that was why the board ruled on striking that motion. It's just that it's administrative rule. So understand your frustration on it, but this just is the time and the place for it. We've got a lot of stuff to chew on here just with the actual facts at hand.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to point out, Colorado is the only state to not pay a single claim in the GAO report as I flip through the slides. Also currently relevant, we have there's a representative from our legislative representative in the House Minority Leader Puglisi, and they're in the process of getting an audit of this program. And I've also worked with Senator Bennett's office to get an update to the GAO report to highlight the issues with this program, which ultimately come down to the lack of oversight that an insurance program would actually have. Exhibit 12 in the packet is a report from the Colorado Geological Survey on the risk of subsidence to other development very close to both of our homes. One of the, there are a few things referenced in the Tetra Tech report, but there is no mention of any of the Colorado Geological Survey's work on the risk of subsidence in this area referenced in the Tetra Tech report. Colorado Geological Survey does also reference the earlier report, one of the earlier studies that Tetra Tech does mention that the risk is low. However, they explicitly say that there is a risk, there will always be a risk. And the Colorado Geological Survey also notes the difficulty to impossibility of getting mine subsidence insurance for any new development in the state of Colorado. I'd like to move on to some of the coverage from the Colorado Springs Gazette on mine subsidence, and they have been very interested. This is a regular occurrence in the Gazette. They've written numerous articles over the years because this is a serious issue for Colorado Springs. Exhibit 13 is the article they published on our situation in December of 2023. In the article, one of the things that they cite from a information request to the Mine Substance Protection Program is they received 44 claims from 2017 to 2022, the 5-year period covered. Only 3 of those claims were determined to be from mine substance and received payments. Less than 1 paid claim per year and about a 6.8 claim approval rate. One of the other things I'd like to highlight from that press report is a citation from Chadwick Miller, the owner of a foundation professional of Colorado, a company that does most of the damage mitigation work in El Paso County for this kind of problem. And he said explicitly that in our neighborhood, the Rock Rimmon neighborhood, most of the foundation problems he deals with are caused from mines and mine substance rather than from any soil, clay swelling, or contracting with moisture. I'd also like the board to recall last month's meeting. I attended via Zoom to familiarize myself with the board procedures. And one of the items covered was the final abandoned mine land projects for 2024 grant. Exhibit 15 was unfortunately your entire April agenda, but that was a lot of pages that might have been unnecessary, but my apologies for not being familiar with procedures. Now on page 139, it covers the El Paso County coal legacy. From the presentation that went with the slides, El Paso County is something that this program has been working on mine mitigation for a long time. And in the actual file for the board, it says the primary hazards relating to these old coal mines is surface sinkhole substance from ongoing subsurface collapse. They did not say trough substance. They actually, what they said here matches the supporting documents at the end of the Tetra Tech report, but not the assertion that it would be trough substance that they actually made in deciding what they were going to look for in deciding whether they would support a finding of mine substance or not. I'd also like to point out that this ongoing project on El Paso County coal mines and all the various data, they talked about LiDAR and some of the information used for the project you approved in April. None of that information was used or cited in any of the Tetra Tech reports we received. And I'm told that this has been struck, even though it is Colorado law is very explicit what is supposed to be happening here, but what is not happening here. The Colorado Mine Substance Protection Program's website, where it explicitly says this is not an insurance program, and this is the same information in a larger font so you can actually read it. So that gets to our appeal to the board. We request the board reverse the Colorado Mine Substance Protection Program decision to deny our claims based on the flawed investigation that was done. The Tetra Tech investigation was inadequate and appears to be based on flawed assumptions. Dr. Konda's report stated the damage reported to both homes on Tetra Tech's own report has, quote, telltale signs of substance-induced damage. So at this point, the most likely source of damage to the plaintiff's homes based on the available evidence is mine substance from a decaying room and pillar coal mine. I'd also like the board to consider granting our appeal on punitive grounds. This, in repeated interactions with Mine Substance Protection Program, it became very clear that they were not staying current on the latest publications related to mine substance. It also was clear that the people who were processing the claims, there was not a level of oversight of what Tetra Tech, the contractor, the California contractor who was doing the investigations and providing the conclusions and decisions which were simply being endorsed. That is not, again, not a Colorado lawyer, but I can tell you for sure from a federal government standpoint, that would not be allowed. The federal acquisition regulation clearly defines inherently governmental tasks, and paying claims to citizens is an inherently governmental task. That's not to be farmed out to a contract. Second point gets to the fact that the mine protection program is in violation of Colorado law, but that has been stricken. We also appeal to the board, as Kenny said in his last line, no one in our neighborhood thinks we're doing anything but wasting our time. Everyone in the neighborhood who's dealt with the mine protection program or heard anything about the mine protection program is that it is a waste of your time and money. there is a problem with how this is done. And you heard that from a professor at the School of Mines. Even at my lay level, drilling a single hole that misses what you were told was going to be the target and goes through a pillar, yet somehow that still provided enough information to say, nope, there's no mine subsidence. It's builder error, even though I know it's not builder error because there was, and it was corrected. And I've got an engineering report that says that this cannot happen because it's been remediated for my structure. There is something not working as it should in the Colorado Mine Substance Protection Program. And I appeal to the board, we appeal to the board to address not just our specific situation, but to take corrective actions and increase the oversight of this. I actually am stunned. This is the first appeal. I'm told this is the first appeal ever for this program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions for the, by the board for the appellants?
Here's one more.
Look at your.
I'm at the very.
You're the.
Oh. One more.
No, as part of the closing at the end of the session.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep track of the time.
Yes.
Yeah, is this complete, the presentation portion of this hearing by the appellants?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
You two are comfortable with that as well?
I'm at the end.
Save the best for last. Any questions of the board?
I'm new to the board, so bear with me a moment, but when we talked about mud jacking of the front porch, 22 cubic yards went in to try to substantiate the porch, and that failed. Did someone look into where that mud was going?
So it's actually 28 cubic yards.
Okay.
And it was that which led to the appeal, the filing with the mine substance, because the only place that the mud jackers or that we, because if it went into a big hole and you're over a mine, it probably went into a mine. We expected the geotechnical study to find evidence of where that 28 cubic meters of mud went. But it was not addressed in any way in the report. And we specifically asked Dr. Kunda to review the soil sampling, and in the Tetra Tech report, there is no mention of finding any of that mud. And because they did not hit the actual mine space, we can't say that it went into the mine space because they missed it.
What, and I guess I get that, but what did the contractor say? I mean, this guy deals with this all the time. And other than, I've never seen anything like it, see you later. I mean, was that pretty much his?
Yeah, that was, he's like, you must have a really big hole down there and I've got to void the warranty. I mean, Kenny, you can speak. to
Right,
this in more detail.
he was pumping the mud in and he actually ran down to our basement because he thought it would pushing against our foundation wall, which it wasn't. So he came back up and I was walking with him the whole time and he says, I've never seen this. I've been doing this for years and years and years. And I don't know what to say here. You're gonna have to get somebody to come out. And that's where we obtained the mining protection because his comment was, it's not coming out and our porch is still sinking. It's gone down about another 6 inches. So even with all that pumped underneath, nothing's changed. And again, we're being told it's a builder error and it,
Is it a large porch?
probably about the size of 2 of these desks.
Of what, 2 desks? So it's a relatively small.
It's a small
Yes.
porch. It's a very small porch.
It's 60 by 20 feet.
Yeah, so it's maybe a little deeper, but it's about the length of the width of the 2 desks there, but it's still sinking. The house is tilting back and it wasn't doing that. I've lived there since 2005. And it wasn't doing that until 2017, when all of a sudden everything started happening.
Thank you.
How far do you folks believe the mines are beneath you? What's the amount of cover between the ground level and the mines?
I believe the maps estimate about 2 feet. Hello?
Sorry, could you just identify yourself? We're
Yeah,
trying to
sorry.
keep the record straight.
No,
No,
you're
no,
fine.
no worries.
Article Lindquist.
Thanks. Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Neil and Patrick, are you good?
Karn Stiglmeyer. I keep hearing you talk about building error, and I thought the Tetra Tech reports talked about fill dirt below the homes versus builder error. Because that fill dirt could have swelling or air or
But the,
instability.
the
Name, please.
line in their report is, I reviewed the data collected from the four shallow geotechnical borehole and laboratory testing of samples of these boreholes suggests the damage is likely attributed to near surface soil conditions and construction design and methods. Which, as I mentioned, this is a problem in the area, and it was a known problem in the area. However, because it was a problem, the house was built in 1982. It caused problems with the concrete slab. The foundation was remediated, and the engineering report done after is that now the construction standards, it was built to a standard for these soils and should never have another problem related to either soils or the construction, because it is now constructed specifically for those type of soils, which it was not initially.
This is Patrick. What sort of slope is are these houses built on? I see the map there. I know Rock Rimmon a little bit. There's some topography there. So just curious what it's like on those house sites.
Yeah, there is from the front of our properties, both of our properties, there is a slope basically on the back side of the houses that go down to the level where Delmonico Avenue is. So Saddle Mountain is a bit above, I would say, and I actually don't know that that's in the reports, but I would imagine if you're standing on Saddle Mountain Road in front of our homes, you'd probably be about, I don't know, 6 or 8 feet higher than if you were standing on Delmonico behind our homes.
Thank you. Yeah, and with those types of soils, I think even with remediation, the soil type doesn't change. So soil creep happens because of gravity, and not to take away from what's happening there, because the mining did occur, and there is these chambers underneath these properties. But I think that's just important to recognize as well, just based on geological processes over time.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Just Bill Baker, the question, have you assigned a dollar amount to this? I mean, can you say to us, it's a $500 problem or it's a $5 million problem?
So the Foundation Professionals of Colorado, who are cited in the article that was done on this situation in last December, I had them come out and give an estimate for stabilizing the house. Stabilizing a house would require putting steel pillars down to bedrock that is not above the mine space. So they map the mine space and then put the steel pillars to support the home so that there would never be any risk of mine-related subsidence. That quote was $112,000.
How far would those go down?
Until until they are anchored in bedrock. That's
Below the mine.
that is not necessarily below the mine, but on a pillar, on a place that the engineers that would be planning it, and I'm not an engineer.
Right.
But from the description of the process from Foundation Professionals Colorado, when I asked them what fixing this would entail, they said they would map out where the spaces were and then put steel pillars down into bedrock, in that would be stable bedrock to keep the house from sinking further.
Again, I have a question of the state. As I recall, isn't there a cap on these funds per request?
Rachel Nicholas, yes, there is a cap at $100,000.
That's okay.
Per, claim per my subsidence occurrence with a $1,000 deductible.
And what's the deductible? I'm sorry.
$1,000.
All right, thank you.
And I would like to point out that that $100,000 claim limit was set before the 20% inflation we've had the last couple of years. So what was a reasonable amount to cover that kind of work, when I understand the last this was revisited was in the early 2000s. I think 2002 is when an update came to the board. There's been significant inflation since then.
That's by legislature is $100,000. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, I have a couple questions when you get a chance. I just can't see your table to see if anyone else has questions.
Please go.
Sure, and I may have missed this in the gentleman from Colorado School of Mines presentation. I was trying to digest that all. How deep was there was one borehole from Tetra Tech, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I can flip back up to his slide. I believe it's like 220 or 40, 240. The one deep core hole was drilled to a depth of 242 feet below ground between our homes.
Okay. And then you're saying from comparison, they're looking at 18 to 64 for some other types of mines. Okay. And these houses, your basements are slabs, or are they full basements?
So for our home, the original construction was a slab. That was what was a problem because of the expansive soils in 1983. So the slab was removed and a suspended floor was put in, and the foundation was modified to no longer have issues with the soils in the area.
Oh, so that meaning that it's not kind of just sitting right on there. You've almost there's just like a little bit of.
Yeah, there's now a crawl space between the soil underneath our house and the wooden floor that is the floor on the bottom floor.
But we're not talking like a big walk-in basement or something like that.
No, well, the house is two floors. From the front of the house, that's from the earlier question, the front of the house, you walk into what would be the top floor, and the second floor of the house, the bottom floor of the house, because of the slope, there's a door that goes into the backyard.
I
But
see.
there's not a door that goes to the front.
I see. I understand. Yep. Okay. But that repair work was done in 1984, which is still prior to the 1989, reason that this was all put together because, right?
Yeah,
So
it's-
the home was built
yeah.
in 82, the work was done in 84.
Yeah, my understanding of the rule, as long as the structure was built before 86, it's covered by the Mine Substance Protection Program, and I haven't seen anything about any, structural modifications being done at some point, taking away your coverage, but the modifications were also done before that cutoff date.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nell or Patrick Ortiz? You good? All right. We can move on then. Thank you very much. We will move on to the presentation by the division. You shall have 65 minutes. Do your presentation. We need to take I tell you what, maybe we should take a 10-minute break, a bio break here. Sorry about that. I wasn't even watching at the time. So let's take a break to 11 o'clock, which is about 8 minutes. And we will come back and hear the division's presentation at that point in time. All right, we're back from break, and if the division would give us their presentation, you have 65 minutes. Please identify yourself for the record.
Okay. Can you make sure they can hear us?
Can everyone hear up there? Al, can you hear us?
It's pretty quiet.
It's quiet.
She said it's pretty
It-
quiet.
Maybe if Mr. Fugate or someone from that microphone can talk for a second, we'd be able to
Sure.
hear. Let me check.
This is Jeff Fugate with the division. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
So, no.
All right, raise it up. Please proceed.
All right, Jeff Fugate here on behalf of division staff. I'm just going to provide a brief roadmap of kind of what you're going to hear from the division this morning with our presentation time, and then I'll hand it over to staff and the Tetra Tech team to talk about the technical details. Rachel is going to begin by providing an overview of what mine subsidence is, and provide some additional detail on the MSPP process and how they administer the program from enrollment, processing a claim, coordinating the investigations, and then issuing the claim decision. After that, Max Johnson and the Tetra Tech team will discuss the Rock Rimmon neighborhood generally. They'll provide a detailed summary of the geotechnical investigation, the claim inspection process, and the pre-enrollment investigations conducted at both homes. He is going to provide the technical rationale and findings that the damage to 72 and 74 Saddle Mountain Road were not the result of mine subsidence. He'll walk through the geotechnical investigation in detail, which confirmed that solid soil and no voids were hit under the homes when they drilled the core hole and bore holes. The void was not encountered until approximately 240 feet. So you'll hear testimony about kind of what they found in that subsurface investigation. He'll also discuss why they were able to determine that the damage to the home was a result of expanding soils, contracting soils, home construction issues, and issues related to poor drainage. We are available for any questions you have, please, as we're going through this. It is a solid 65 minutes of technical presentation. There are some natural breaks as you move from report to report, so please interrupt with questions so we can answer those in real time before we move on to the next topic. So if there's not any questions for me, I'll hand it over to staff.
Rachel Nicholas, again with the Inactive Mine Program and the Mine Subsidence Protection Program Administrator.
Just a minute. Nell, can you hear that okay?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, good. I'm just going to give a summary of the Mine Subsidence Protection Program, just as a refresher for the board. And also, I'll go through in detail our claim investigation process that we use for every claim investigation that we do. And in my time with the division, my 11 years, I have spent a lot of time in the Colorado Springs area doing projects within the Colorado Springs coal field and also the Boulder Well coal field. And I've managed 8 subsurface investigations in Colorado Springs and 11 subsurface investigations total. And have, spent the 11 years working primarily with coal and coal subsidence. Okay, so the mine subsidence is defined as the movement of the Earth's surface caused by the collapse of underground mine voids or entries. The protection program was established in 1989 and was funded by a one-time $3 million grant provided by the Federal Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement. The grant money comes from a federal reclamation fee collected per ton of coal mined in Colorado and is paid by the coal mining operators. The program was established to address mine subsidence resulting specifically from coal mining. There are 2 main neighborhoods in the Colorado Springs area that have homes that are eligible for the program, and those are the Craigmore neighborhood and the Rock Rimmon neighborhood, where 72 Saddle Mountain and 74 Saddle Mountain are located. Okay, so I'll just take a few minutes to give you an overview of the claim investigation process. This process starts as a desktop investigation. The complexity of subsidence in the Rock Rimmon area is very well known to the Mine Subsidence Protection Program and to the Inactive Mine Program. Extensive studies have been completed in the Rock Rimmon area that are consulted for every claim inspection that's completed. Dames and Moore is the extensive subsidence study that was completed in 1985 for the Mine Subsidence Protection Program. In this investigation, they established a hazard rating for areas that have mines under and what the potential of subsidence would be in different areas based on extensive geotechnical investigations that were completed during that time. And the James and Moore also provides us with the location of shafts, mine shafts, and other features that may be of interest and gives us the depth of ground cover. I'm just going to take a drink of water. We also consult the mine map. Whatever area we're working in, we'll locate the mine map to review the workings and shafts and where they're located relative to the property. The IS-22 is an annotated bibliography of subsidence studies over abandoned coal mines in Colorado. This bibliography contains all of the studies that have been completed in Colorado. There are 12 studies in the Rock Rimmon neighborhood. And the studies that are relevant to the property that is being investigated are consulted. And also there are 47 total studies completed in El Paso County. We also consult the Colorado Geological Survey land use reviews that have been completed in the area. Any that are nearby and relevant are consulted. 22 land use reviews are located within the undermined area in Rock Rimmon. During this desktop investigation, we'll review historical imagery. It's a very important tool to provide us of any evidence of past subsidence prior to development. And we'll look at LiDAR imagery is evaluated to identify any useful features. And it can be a helpful tool in some situations. However, in more heavily developed areas, it's not as helpful. So we don't use it. It usually doesn't show us much in the developed areas. After, and all that is done prior to the first site inspection, just so that the inspector has an idea of things to look for and different mechanisms to look at. During the site inspection, all of distress and damage of the structure is documented. Any soil cracks or low spots will be documented at that time. The drainage is reviewed and evaluated related to the foundation. And nearby adjacent streets and flatwork are observed, and any cracking or damage would be documented. We'll also look at the site historical information, OSM emergencies or past projects are evaluated and looked at during a claim inspection. Any subsidence investigations, including the IS-22 reports that I mentioned earlier. And in addition to that, we'll look at any subsurface investigations that DRMS has completed. We'll look at the claim history for the property and the surrounding neighborhood, and we'll identify the construction age and type of foundation. Conclusions of the claim investigation include any site factors that may be contributing. The conclusion will state a clear decision based on all gathered information or evidence. This can be that further investigation is required, or the claim is accepted because the damage appears to have been caused by a mine subsidence event that caused the damage. Or the claim is denied. The damage does not appear to be caused by a mine subsidence event, and there is evidence that points to other mechanisms that are causing the damage. At this point, the homeowner would have the option to appeal the conclusion to the Mine Land Reclamation Board. Prior to presenting the appeal to the board, the MSPB will normally recommend a subsurface exploratory investigation to further characterize subsurface conditions. So I just made a little flow chart just because that was a lot of words on those slides. So I wanted you to be able to visualize the process. The pre-enrollment inspection is always the first inspection that's completed. If a homeowner calls to report any damage to the property, we'll complete a claim inspection. After that claim inspection, there should be a clear result in the conclusion if it's mine subsidence or not. If it is mine subsidence, we will work with the homeowner to hire a contractor to complete repairs. And if necessary, we'll mitigate the subsurface mine subsidence to safeguard the house. If the claim is denied, the homeowner has the option to appeal. And at that point, we'll suggest a geotechnical study be completed. And then the results from that geotechnical study, if the claim is denied, the homeowner has the ability to appeal. And at that point, we would bring it in front of the Mine Land Reclamation Board for a hearing, which is where we're at today. And then the third type of conclusion would be that we need additional investigation to make a determination. And then we would follow the claim based on that. Okay. So that is all I have for the overview. Do you have any questions about the claim investigation process?
You said there were 12 studies in the Rockwoman area,
Correct.
and
I can go back there.
where that study fits in with the chart of the flow.
Oh,
How
okay.
far did it go, or,
That would be reviewed under the claim inspection.
okay,
Yeah, so everything that was in these slides, the claim investigation process, is everything that's completed during an initial claim inspection. Any other questions?
this might be further down the line. This is Karen Stiegelmeyer, but the Rockwoman, you said one was qualified as mining subsidy. So
I don't think I mentioned that. Maybe I said something that was misunderstood. But I'm sorry, ask your question again.
I thought you said that there was one property in the Rockwoman neighborhood that did qualify. Qualify, meaning, I'm guessing
I
it
don't-
was substantiated that it was from mining.
Oh, I don't think I said that, and but Let me
Rockland
look
area is largely eligible for this program.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, it is. I do have the numbers on enrollment, if that helps, if that's helpful information.
Bill Baker, let me ask you a question this way. Of the 12 that you've been asked to look into, how many qualified?
Sorry, okay, I get the confusion. So the 12 studies that have been completed, those are past geotechnical studies that were completed by other geotechnical engineering firms for other projects that we have the ability to review. So we have access to those, but we did not do those studies.
So they were looked into why? Not that there was a claim from the homeowner
No,
then.
no, that was I'm so sorry. I should have explained that better. Those studies could have been the result of a land use review from the Colorado Geological Survey prior to a subdivision being developed. That's mostly what they are, is prior to building or developing. There were studies that were completed to further characterize the risk of mine subsidence due to the underground mine workings. So we used that information and data that was collected during that time to evaluate whatever property we're investigating.
So how many claims have been initiated from the Rockwoman area? We know of 2.
Yes, you know, too. I don't have, let me see. I think we covered that later. Yes.
How many?
And let me see if I have that information.
Are we asking that prematurely?
Well, I have the number of claim inspections that we've completed, but I don't have the number as to specifically in Rock Rimmon. But I can get that while the rest of the presentation is being given.
Well,
I can.
and I'm more curious as to how many claims, not how many inspections, because it seems like you're doing inspections when there's no claim.
Oh, yes, how many claim
So
inspections?
I'd
I
like to
understand.
know how many claims were made in the Rock Rimmon area
Okay.
that would qualify under this program. So the house
Yes.
would have to have been built prior to 1986
Mhm.
and all the parameters in this program. How many homes have claimed or tried to claim under this program?
Yes, I do not have that information, but I can get it while our geotech is doing his presentation. It's an easy number that I can pull,
Okay.
but I don't have that right up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So if there are no further questions, I will turn things over to our geotech, Tetra Tech Inc. and Max Johnson will be presenting to you regarding the inspection process.
While she's getting ready, my name is Max Johnson, Madam Chairman of the Board. I'll give a little overview of Tetra Tech. Tetra Tech's a large company. I think we're at 28,000 around the world. We've got 6 Colorado offices. We are based in Pasadena, California. The way Tetra Tech works is it acquires companies much like other consulting companies like SRK or any other that you're familiar with.
How many people are working for Tetra Tech in Colorado,
What are we,
roughly?
250 maybe?
Between 200 and 250.
Thank you.
Could I grab that mouse from you?
So well established in Colorado.
My name is Ed Muller. I'm a professional geologist with Tetra Tech. I have about 24 years of experience in consulting, a good part of it dealing with geologic, hydrogeologic, and or geochemical investigations and characterizations. I've spent much of the last 9 years focused on AML, coal mine subsidence, and mine fires investigations and reclamations.
My name is Max Johnson. I'm a professional civil engineer with Tetra Tech with 13 years of experience, primarily focused in AML, coal mine investigations, including subsidence and coal mine fires.
Jeanette,
I was going to introduce myself, if I may, Max.
Yeah.
Ken Temmie. I have been with. I'm a licensed professional engineer specializing in civil and geotechnical. I've been with the Tetra Tech group of companies since 1973 when I started in Denver with the Fuha Chen organization and worked up and down the Front Range for a number of years before I relocated in Casper, Wyoming, and have worked in many of the industrial areas, including mining, and also have looked at a significant number of projects related to remediation and repair of damaged structures.
and Mr. Temmie, did you swear in earlier?
I thought I did. I
Okay,
raised my
that's fine.
hand.
Yeah, it's hard
Said
to
I do.
tell. All
Okay.
right. Just
Anything else?
before you three go, is your coal mine reclamation experience limited to Colorado? Or do you have other states that you cover projects in as well?
Primarily Western states, so Wyoming, Utah, New Mexico, Colorado are the coal mine subsidence work that I've done. I've done other mine subsidence in Montana, but that was hard rock.
And both room and pillar and longwall?
Primarily room and pillar.
Thank you.
I would like to address a couple things before I get into the background that that was brought up in their presentation. Dr. Kunda brought up that there was no expansive soils seen on Saddle Mountain 74. That is incorrect. We did submit an addendum. The laboratories gave me a final document before the rest of the samples were filed, and we had to submit an addendum to this report. It is on page 556 through 560. Also, Kenny, Mr. Lindquist stated that we made a determination during our pre-enrollment inspection of what was causing the damage. We do not make determinations during our pre-enrollment inspection. There's nothing in that report. We did make that determination in our claim inspection, and then in the following geotechnical inspection or investigation. Also, they stated, just from the testimony, they stated that it was 28 cubic yards that was pumped under the porch, but the first round was actually done, or at least what it said in the statement, was done underneath the driveway, sidewalk, and porch. So that should be actually a bit smaller, more around, I don't know, somewhere between 25, somewhere in there. Small difference. So a little background on the subdivision. This is Tamarin at Rock Rim, and this is where the houses are located. Tamarin at Rock Rim is a subdivision in Northwest Colorado Springs. These single-family homes were built between 1980 and 1982. The subdivision has geohazards present of expansive soils, landslides, and the Pikeview mine underneath. The mine workings under the subdivision range between approximately 175 feet and 325 feet below ground surface. This right here is just an example of expansive soils damage, or a diagram of what can happen. And then this is an outline of the Tamarin at Rock Rim subdivision and the landslide risk. They actually had 2 houses that had to be demolished because of a landslide, and they did not rebuild on those. Houses in the subdivision developed problems soon after construction. Many houses required extensive repairs and retrofits to foundations and basement floors, as shown in these permit cards supplied by the Pikes Peak Regional Building Department. These represent just a few in the immediate area. These retrofits and repairs were performed by the builder, Medema Homes, as a result of a class action lawsuit. Other common repairs include driveway and sidewalk replacement and utility repairs. The original basement slab-on-grade floors in these houses had to be replaced due to differential movement of the soils underneath the slabs. The photo on the left shows what the underside of a retrofitted floor looks like in this neighborhood. Now this has about a foot or 2 feet of clear space. The one under the 72 property is 6 inches to a foot, so it's a bit smaller. To retrofit these floors, they had to remove the original slabs and interior walls in the basement. 2 to 3 feet of soil would be removed, and then the new structural floor would be constructed. The cross section on the right shows the difference between the 2 floor systems. Houses in the subdivision retrofitted with the structural floors typically have less interior wall damage because soil pressures and soil differential movement are not being transmitted into those walls. As I said, 72 Saddle Mountain Road had its slab-on-grade floors replaced with structural floors, while the 74 Saddle Mountain Road still has its original slab-on-grade floors. In addition to the floor repairs, many of the houses in the subdivision required foundation repairs and retrofits. The permit cards show that 72 Saddle Mountain Road had foundation and floor repairs in 1984, just 2 years after construction. Exhibit 7, the 1990 engineering report, states that the house is founded on voided wall-on grade foundation, meaning the wall is sitting directly on underlying soil. with periodic voids but no caissons. The illustration on the left shows what wall-on grade foundation looks like. The engineering report also states that part of the repairs included adding caissons under the original foundation, and cracks in the foundation were repaired and sealed. Caissons were not installed under the garage portion of the foundation of this house. And 74 Saddle Mountain Road does not have any, there's no records of foundation repairs being performed or floor repairs being performed. So it's believed that it's still on this wall on grade foundation type. In this section, I'll present the findings of the pre-enrollment inspection at 74 Saddle Mountain Road, then compare them to the claim inspection findings for the same property. Our reports are thorough, and it's not uncommon to have over 100 instances of damage recorded. So this is just an overview of what we saw. Again, as noted, this is the pre-enrollment inspection, so this damage is not covered by MSPP. It is only used as a baseline for comparing later reports to, or later inspections to. Starting on the left, we have 2 hairline foundation cracks, which were the only foundation cracks identified during this inspection. These are considered minor with no displacement. Cracks like these are typical for any house of this age. The third picture shows a crack with displacement in the back patio. The fourth picture shows differential movement in the driveway slab. You can see how the driveway is higher in the center than on the sides. This slide presents the damage in the basement. The picture on the left shows typical tile damage seen throughout this level. These tiles are directly on top of the slab on grade concrete floor and are cracking due to differential movement of the slab. The second picture shows a crack in the interior wall. The third picture shows a crack or separation on the ceiling. And the fourth picture shows a basement door that doesn't fully shut. These are examples as seen on the main level. There was significant damage on this level, or there's significantly less damage on this level than the basement. From the left, the first picture shows slightly bowing floor near the stairs. The second picture shows separation of a drywall seam. And the third and fourth picture show minor vertical cracks, one above the corner of a window and another on the wall. Again, we see significantly less damage on the second level than we did on the first level. These pictures show a crack in the drywall from the bottom corner of a window and a hairline crack in the drywall near the skylight. Finally, these images are from the garage and the porch. The picture on the left shows a support column in the middle of the garage. And the slab around this column has experienced differential movement, but the column itself does not appear to have moved. The second picture is of a garage slab below the garage access door from the front porch. So basically the porch is right on the other side of these steps. The slab is settled beneath the steps, while there is no cracking or movement of the foundation wall. The third picture shows the crack down the middle of the porch, which the homeowner stated in the pre-enrollment inspection developed after the porch was mud jacked. And the fourth picture shows a crack in the stone veneer, which attached to the front of the garage onto the front of the porch slab. As the front half of the porch has settled relative to the back half and the house, it has pulled the stone veneer down with it and cracked the grout. It is important to note that water damage was evident on the main level and basement ceilings, along with damage to the drywall near the basement floors. Findings of the pre-enrollment inspection where there's a significant amount of damage to the basement, likely caused by differential movement of the slab on grade floor and the water damage. There were cracks in the front porch, which the homeowner state began after the mudjacking was performed. The front porch has settled slightly. There's differential movement of the garage slab, whereas the foundation and center support column do not appear to have moved. There are 2 hairline cracks in the foundation with no displacement. Relevant damage the homeowner reported was in 2016, the front porch was mudjacked, which is different than, he said it was 2017, so just a misstated there. And then also in 2016, the basement bathtub was replaced with a shower after the original construction caused water to pool under the foundation slab. Claim inspection was performed 11 months later as requested by the homeowner. This involved the claim inspector, professional engineer, repeating the whole house inspection and noting any damage and changes in damage. The results of the inspection were that the stone veneer had damage in the front of the porch had progressed slightly. You can see that a piece of grout has fallen out. Place your pointer here. Piece of grout has fallen out here. And if you look here, you can kind of get an idea of what the displacement change is in the actual crack. This is approximately a 1/4 inch. Additionally, the homeowner stated that soils had receded around the house. These comparison pictures show it's likely minimal on the scale of less than an inch. There is nothing indicating movement of the foundation, just potentially the soils against it. No fractures or displacement were noted on the ground in the surrounding area. And it's important to note that the fall, August to December of 2021, which is between these 2 inspections, was the driest fall on record, as recorded by the Colorado Springs Municipal Airport, which has been recording since 1948. The findings of this claim inspection were that damage in quantity and severity were similar to the pre-enrollment inspection just 11 months earlier. The front set of the porch appears to have settled slightly relative to the house. There were no new cracks observed, and old cracks appeared to be of the same severity. Again, the homeowner stated the soils against the house have dropped since the pre-enrollment inspection, but photos indicate this is likely minimal. Tetra Tech determined that this minimal change in damage was likely caused by near surface soil conditions, not mine subsidence. In February, we're going to move on to 72 Saddle Mountain Road. This might be a good time for questions. Have any?
Karn Stiglmeyer, I have a question about the mudjacking and all of where that would have gone geologically if not some mine subsidence.
I've got a slide. I'll address that here in the future. Any other questions? Okay. In February of 2022, a pre-enrollment inspection was performed at 72 Saddle Mountain Road. Again, damage documented in the pre-enrollment inspection cannot be covered by MSPP. These pictures show foundation cracks on the exterior of the house. The cracks on the left are minor with no displacement. The 2 on the right show repaired cracks at the northwest corner of the house. The 2 pictures on the left show a crack in the north side brick face and a crack where the brick meets the foundation. The 2 photos on the right show cracks in the drywall in the basement. The damage in the basement is much less severe than that of 74 Saddle Mountain Road, again, due to the structural floor it's on. The photo on the left is of a crack on the right side of the patio door in the basement and is the most severe damage visible in the basement. The two photos in the middle show typical cracks on the main level. The photo on the right shows cracks in the sidewalk. This number of cracks is typical for this neighborhood, given the presence of expansive soils. So the sidewalk cracks. The two pictures on the left show movement of the garage slab. The inspector noted that the slab was heaved on the center of the garage while it had dropped on the south side. The third picture shows driveway cracks and differential movement. And the last picture shows the porch column separation of the front patio due to differential movement of the porch slab. The findings of the pre-enrollment inspection was that there was damage in the basement around the column, chimney, east wall, and some door stick. The basement floor is structural. There is cracking and separation of drywall on the main floor. There were minor cracks in the foundation along with patch cracks on the northwest corner. There's cracking and differential movement of the garage and driveway slabs. There was front porch differential movement where the front side of the porch was settling. The floor on the east side of the living room was sloping slightly eastward. A note from the pre-enrollment inspection form states, the homeowner has informed me that new cracks have been forming since 2018, which is when he purchased the house, and that the house is sinking eastward. Most of the large cracks have formed since Thanksgiving, with some forming seemingly overnight. Remember, this fall is during that driest fall on record. Repairs that we know of before this point include repairs to the foundation and floors performed in 1984. And new gutters with leaf guards were put on sometime after the homeowner moved in 2018. Claim inspection was requested by the homeowner of 72 Saddle Mountain Road 7.5 months later. These were the changes and damage recorded. I will note that compared to other changes in damage were limited to progressive differential movement of the north column of the front porch. A small crack developed at the top right corner of the fireplace in the basement near some previously identified cracks, but there was this new crack on the front face there. The claim inspector noted that this crack on the column in the basement had progressed. Additionally, a crack in the ceiling on the main level had progressed. The left two pictures show that the buckling of drywall at the top of the crack may have increased in severity. The right two pictures show slightly lengthening of a crack in the living room ceiling. And finally, the claim inspector noted that this crack or separation of the drywall in the living room ceiling had progressed further. The findings were that the damage, extents, and quantity had increased over the 7.5 months since the pre-enrollment inspection. The front porch columns were experiencing progressive differential movement of approximately 1/4 inch. The potential lengthening of one crack in the basement, one new small crack found on the top right corner of the basement fireplace near some previously identified cracks, and 4 cracks lengthened in the living room. Tetra Tech determined that there is likely a new or changing condition in the foundation and backfill soils, such as varying water content, and that the damage was likely caused by near-surface soil conditions based on differential movement between the foundation, garage floor, and exterior flatwork. Tetra Tech suggested that that a geotechnical investigation could provide more information on what might be causing the damage. One of Dr. Konda's arguments was that there was no evidence of undrained water conditions seeping into the foundation at 72 South Mountain Road. He references overflowing gutters, but says they have been replaced with larger ones with leaf guards. He goes on to say that neither had there been evidence of stormwater or sprinkler water finding its way into foundation soils. To expand on the gutter issue, during a visit to prep for drilling, Mr. Rivenberg told myself and others that before replacing the gutters during heavy rainstorms, water would pour off the roof past the gutters, especially directly north of the front porch. He believed that the builders had installed smaller gutters on the house so it would show better because it was originally the sales office for the development. He said that he had larger gutters installed with leaf guards after he observed that issue. Then on September 8th of 2023, when determining a location for drilling the shallow borehole at the northwest corner of the house, Mr. Rivenberg told myself about an excavation performed at the northwest corner of the house, stating that they put gravel in the excavation and had to wrap it around the north side of the house to fix a drainage issue. He directed us to approximate edge of the excavation area, 5 feet from the house. The window well in this area has been replaced. The 1990 engineering report states, located at the northwest corner, there is a void in the backfill along the window well. The area of the roof drainage issue is just to the right of this picture. This is a pre-2018 image that was found on the El Paso County assessor site. Shows the pre-March 2018 shake roof with undersized gutters in the problem section of the roof. This area all drains to a small 1-foot areas, so under heavy rainfall, it's likely to overflow. The picture on the right shows the size of the new gutters. While these issues have since been fixed, this information points there have been previous stormwater issues with the house. I'll now hand it over to Ed to present the geotechnical investigation.
Thanks, Max. I'd like to talk a little bit about the geotechnical investigation that was performed, and then I'll turn it over to Ken Tebby, who will conclude this summary of the geotechnical investigation. The geotechnical investigation comprised 2 parts. First, we drilled a core hole, which was located between east sides of the houses, sort of equidistance between them, as shown here on the yellow arrow right here. The purpose of the deep core hole was to evaluate the stratigraphy, geology, and hydrogeology under the house properties, obtain information about the properties of the rocks and the soils, and to determine the presence or absence of mining voids or disturbances. The second part of the investigation was to drill 8 shallow geotechnical boreholes located near the house foundations. The purpose was to evaluate the subsurface conditions near the house, determine the presence or absence of voids or rubbles, and to obtain samples for laboratory testing, which Ken will talk about in a little bit.
Yeah.
So first I wanted to provide a little brief overview of the methods that we used and the type of subsurface data we collected. Our methods were designed to try to recover intact, non-disturbed soils and rock samples. For the overburden and soils, we used a split spoon, as shown on the photo on the left there. And we collected samples using the standard penetration test or STP method. For the bedrock, we collected samples using a rock core drilling method. We drilled vertically as opposed to an incline, even though both methods provide good data. We believe that the vertical drilling, especially using a smaller drill rig that we have at the site, provided more consistent drilling with better core recovery possible than with an incline drilling. We also think that the vertical drilling allows for the collection of data from downhole testing such as caliper logging and visual imagery and potential scanning, which is not practical or even possible with an incline hole. We believe that the vertical drilling provides a more robust and superior data set for characterization of in situ subsurface conditions than an incline drilling would. Type of data that we collected, included SPP testing for determining soil strengths, rock quality designation, RQD for degree of bedrock jointing or fracturing, rock core recovery, which provides degree of bedrock fracturing, rock strength in presence of voids, rock quality or rock characteristics such as lithology, weathering, moisture, sedimentary structures, etc. And the drilling itself also provides valuable data. The speed of drilling can identify changes in lithology or rock strength. Chatter or rough drilling can indicate the presence of voids or rubbles zones. If we're using drilling fluids to help flush out material coming up the hole while we're drilling, if there's a void space or large cavity, those drilling fluids can be lost to formation. And then also if there's a sudden drop in the drill string as we're drilling, that can indicate the presence of a void space. Findings of the core hole findings. So we had we started with auger drilling and STP sampling in the upper shallow area. We found fill, native soil, and weathered claystone to about 17 feet, and then claystone with primary sedimentary structures from 17 feet to about 25 feet. We switched then to core drilling and core drilled to the bottom of the hole. There was primary throughout the drilling, it was primary clay stones with siltstones, and then sandstones with interbedded clay and siltstone. Bedrock was found to be largely competent with primary sedimentary structures intact. The only significant coal we found was from 226 to 240 feet. We believe that we drilled into a mining pillar at about 237 feet. We actually believe we broke out of that pillar because we were probably near the side of the pillar and into a void space, which was likely the open mine tunnel before then hitting a bottom clay stone at 240 feet. The hole was found to be dry and only slightly moist to about 165 feet. We encountered a perched water layer from 166 to 181 feet, but the data that we collected indicates that the mine working the void space was not inundated. Additional findings were from RQD and recovery data indicating very good rock quality from 17 to 123 feet and from 163 to 207 feet. Showed that picture of the core on the right. It showed, a really good recoveries, no real fractures noted, and the rock was overall hard, strong and hard. We had poor recoveries in the sandstone from 122 to 126 and 207 to 217 feet. However, the drilling fluid circulation was maintained, which is indicated that there's no voids or extension fracture zones. The core hole remained open, and subsequent caliper and optical televiewing logging indicated a relatively uniform sized hole with no large cavity voids or fracture zones. The sandstones of the Laramie Formation in this area are documented to be poorly cemented. And so the low recoveries that we got were likely due to drilling fluids flushing out the material during the core retrieval. Until we reached the coal pillar, there were no losses of circulation, no sudden drops of the drill string, no drill chattering that would indicate any type of voids or disturbed material. And other than that deep void, there was none that we did not encounter any voids, rubble zones, or cavities or fracture zones throughout the entire drilling of the core hole. Next one. So summary, drilling, logging, and abandoning of core hole, 242 foot deep core hole took 6 days. Bedrock was intact and showed primary sedimentary structures extending from the bottom of the hole up to and including the clay stone at 17 feet below the surface. Bedrock was largely competent with relatively high quality and strength in relatively thick intervals above the coal seam. Perch water was encountered from 166 to 181 feet, but mine workings were not inundated with water. The coal seam from 226 to 237 feet represented an intact mine pillar with open mine workings from 237 to 240 feet. So above the coal seam, there were no void spaces, no rubble zones, no disturbed material, no open cavities, no extensive fracturing found, as indicated by observing the recovered core, by observing the drilling itself, and by observations of subsequent downhole logging. I'll now turn the remainder of this discussion of the geotechnical investigation over to Ken Tim.
Thank you, Ed. The borings that we drilled are shown on this figure, included 8 borings that were drilled at the locations as noted. They were determined by site access and ability to locate the borings around the respective houses. They were drilled using continuous 4-inch diameter auger to the bedrock, approximately 20.5 to 31 feet below the ground surface. Soil samples were taken at 2.5 foot intervals, and 2 bulk soil samples were obtained down to 7.5 feet to get representative soil samples in the soil profile. And again, during this drilling, we had no drop or chattering of the drill stem or samplers to give any indications of voids or rubble were encountered. Next slide, please. This is kind of a very rough overlay of what the general soil profile lithology was. The fill that was encountered at the ground surface extended the variable depths 8.5 to 13 feet deep. And they range from topsoil, sandy clay, and clay sand. Beneath the topsoil, we encountered native soils. 2 down from about 12.5 to 20 feet. And again, there I show you the various range of the soils that were encountered. And as you can see, there was a wide range of the finer grain soils. And we did on occasion hit some gravel within these soils. And once we got to the claystone beneath the natural soils, it was a little bit weathered to the depth that we drilled. But again, it was competent bedrock in terms of these holes. Next slide, please. As Ed mentioned during the sampling, there's a standard procedure in which one takes samples by dropping the hammer to push the soil sampler and advance it, and you count those blow counts, and those are called N values. And these values here I put in just to show you the range of those values and the corresponding verbiage that is used to describe them. Next slide. So I summarized here what we found, and as you can see, the values on the blow counts are generally 12 and higher, not only for the fill and the natural soils, but greater than 30 to 50 in the bedrock. And again, these would indicate stiff to hard, medium to very dense, in that order of range for the soils, natural soils, the fill and the bedrock. And it does not suggest that we have a lot of loose soils, other than if they are fine grained soils. Please understand that because there's no cohesions, they might be subject to move within our drill hole, but there's nothing here to support any thought that these soils are anything but stiff to hard or dense to medium dense, very dense. Next slide. We ran lab testing, and I put this in just to let everybody know. These are the types of tests that one normally runs to be able to characterize the soils with respect to engineering properties. Next slide. If I summarize these results, here's what we find in that in the fill, moisture contents are running from 6 to 18 in the finer grain clays and 6 to 11 in the sands, clay sands. And this is significant because you can see that in the finer grain soils, they're a little bit drier as opposed to the clay soils. The densities are a little bit variable in that that is the weight that the soil would weigh in a pounds per cubic foot. And when you get into what we note there as liquid limit plasticity indexes, these are parameters that help us evaluate the consistency with respect to the plasticity of the soils. The -200, if it's 50% and up, it classifies as a clay or silt. Below 50%, it is a sand or gravel. So you can see in the overburden soils, the water content is lower in a general nature than the fill. Densities are about the same, but it, for the most part, is not as cohesive or does not have as much of the finer grain clay sized material. In the bedrock, which is not uncommon, you will see the higher moisture contents again, because as the formational material, it's not uncommon for the formational material to have higher moisture contents. But again, this kind of gives us the range of the properties that we see in the soil and the consistency of the soils in bedrock. Summary of the laboratory tests. Is this one we just did, or is this a different one?
This is for 72.
Okay, so this is 72. I think the other one was for 74. 72 is quite similar and not too much different here if you look at the total picture, other than we did have a little bit of silt in the overburdened soils. Let's move on to this one. So if I look at the summary, what's significant here is the moisture content is on the order of 3 to 8% below the optimum moisture content. Now, the optimum moisture content, when you're placing fill, you run a test procedure called a proctor density, which at varying moisture contents, you compact the soil to see what the maximum dry density you will get under different compacting at different moisture contents, and it develops a curve. The peak of that curve sets what they call the maximum density at the optimum moisture content. And so if we use that data, and I compare it to the data that we have from the lab testing, it shows that the fill in the area where the borings were drilled is generally at or above 100% of the maximum dry density, and yet 3 to 8% below optimum moisture. And the significance of this is the higher the density, the less susceptible to settlement, but also the higher probability of swell taking place, especially if the moisture content is below optimum. And that's quite significant here because, as you can see, we have lower moistures than the optimum, and we have densities greater than the maximum dry density. So the fill does have expensive potential. And what's significant is where we see these samples that we were able to run in the lab, the swell consolidation test, we have swelling pressures ranging from 2,500 to 10,000 pounds per square foot, with the exception of one sample that was tested. And for a typical house, if you look at a typical residential house on floor slabs, you would not have any type of dead load to compensate for these swell pressures of 2,500 to 10,000. And typically, even for spread footing or wall-on grade foundations, you will not exceed the 2,500 pounds per square foot. So if the fill expands, it will push upward or laterally, in anything that has not got a dead load pressure equal to or greater than 2,500 will move. And so when you look at this, you have to keep that into consideration. And then you also have to consider that if the moisture content of the fill changes and it goes from dry to wet, wet to dry, those expansive soils can dry and consolidate. So it's not uncommon that if you have change in moisture contents, the fill can stay where it's at. It can stay that way for a long time until it's subjected to a change in moisture. If it dries out, it may consolidate and whatever's founded on it would go down. If it gets wet, it will swell. So if you have a broken pipe or if you have water coming in from poor drainage, those soils might stay the way they are for a long time until that moisture is picked up and it gradually begins to swell or consolidate. While in the natural soils, because they were more granular, they would be more susceptible to settlement over time. But for the most part, they are not expansive. And so you wouldn't see as much movement in the natural soils per se as you would in the fill. And in the bedrock, our moisture contents are 15 to 23 unit weights in that range. But even in the bedrock, when tested, it varied from non-expansive to expansive with swell pressures of 4,500 PSF. So again, as you look at this and you design your foundations, you design your floor slabs, if you have a structural floor slab with a void beneath it, those soils can't exert pressures on the floor slab and lift or settle and transmit that to any interior partition walls. Similar, if you drill piers and you don't get them deep enough, or you don't get them embedded below the wetted zone, piers have been known to lift up due to these swelling pressures. And if there's insufficient dead load on your piers, that could be problematic. We don't know the details of the underpinning that they did on the remedial piers, so I can't tell you whether the piers were drilled long enough, deep enough to get past the wetting zone. And I don't have the specific details on the wall on grade, but I know back in the late 70s, that was a way in which they tried to compensate for some of the expansive soils in these lighter residential houses, was to get away from spread footings and go to the wall on grade, where you have a void space beneath the grade beam with intermittent sections of the wall bearing on the soils. There was mixed results with that throughout the Front Range, at least during my time that I spent in the Colorado area. So with that, I'm going to send it back to you, Max, to continue the discussion.
Thanks, Ken. The reports reviewed for this geotechnical study were the Goodson and Associates 2002 mine subsidence risk investigation, for CGS, for the Eagle Point apartments immediately south of the property. These were 3 core holes over 7 acres. They had similar overburden to our subject properties. No mine subsidence observed. They hit intact coal there. And then they determined the risk was low for that area. The CTL Thompson report was about a quarter mile to the southeast. And again, it was done for CGS. 14 boreholes have been drilled on the property. 10 of them hit mine voids at the mining depth. The site had overburden of them over the mine with similar geology to our subject properties. This report states a bulking factor of these mine voids of 0.3 to 0.67. Now the bulking factor is your mine void thickness divided by how much it's going to propagate above those mine voids. So a lower bulking factor will give you higher mine voids. CTL Thompson used a conservative factor of 0.2. If this was, they had about a 12-foot coal seam, I believe. This is a 14. If you apply that to ours, they expect that the rubble zone above a chimney and subsidence should propagate 70 feet up from the mine workings. They determined the mine subsidence risk to be low. This is a visual representation of our subsurface findings. On the left, you can see the cross section cutting through. The line in the center is a deep core hole, while the shorter lines near the house are the shallow geotechnical boreholes. The light brown near the surface is the fill and native soils, and the darker brown represents bedrock. The blue area is the perched water layer, and the black and white bottom represent an estimated coal pillar arrangement in the area given the mine map, that it's located over haulage ways. This is a figure that shows what we might expect to see given the findings of our investigation. With the core hole, we intercepted an intact core hole. We did not encounter any unusual fracturing or indications of subsidence in the immediate area. The smaller rubble zone on the left here is if we were to apply that maximum observed rubble zone bulking factor from CTL Thompson's investigations throughout Rock Rimmon. That comes up to 47 feet above mine workings. And then using their conservative bulking factor of 0.2, you hit that 70 feet right there. Now this blue line here indicates.
Can I
Yeah.
ask a question here? So if you had that maximum extent of 70 feet, whatever you call it, if it went through that aquifer, that would be a wet mine, right?
Correct. Or the aquifer would be drained, and that's right where I was getting to.
Okay.
So our blue line here shows what we would expect to see with this perched water layer. We would expect it to have been drained by rubble zones in the vicinity of the core hole. If chimney subsidence had propagated to that level. So yeah, it would have drained it down through the rubble zone and we wouldn't have a perched water layer. The height of what the mining company had estimated would be the equilibrium of water level in the mine was 6,000 feet, which is approximately 100 feet below this level of these mine workings. Our conclusions for 74 Saddle Mountain Road investigation is that there's no evidence of mine subsidence in the 4 shallow boreholes next to the house foundation. There's no evidence of mine subsidence or voids above the mine in the core hole. There's no evidence of mine subsidence at the surface. There is evidence of a perched water layer at 181 feet below ground level, indicating that no rubble zone has propagated to that level and drained it in the vicinity of the core hole. There's evidence of strong competent rock. There's evidence of differential movement of the fill material around and under the house. There are expansive soils in the fill material as found in our drilling investigation. There's differential movement of the foundation backfill underneath the porch and garage slab. There's a history of water flooding the basement and water introduced underneath the basement slab. Concerning the issues with the porches, specifically 74 Saddle Mountain Road porch, Tetra Tech was made aware of the mudjacking during the pre-enrollment inspection, but no information was given to us about the quantity of the concrete required. We questioned the reliability of recent testimony on an event that happened 7 years ago with no records. It also concerns us where all this grout went. Did it fill the engineered void space underneath the foundations, making them more susceptible to expansive soils in the future? How much pressure has been put on these adjacent foundation walls? We have no records of pressure at which the grout was applied or the characteristics of the grout. If in the low probability that a mine subsidence had propagated up from the surface, we would expect to see damage to the foundation in this area, and we don't see that. These are pictures of 2 porches observed during the claim inspection in 2023 in the same subdivision. I saw voids under 3 other porches in the subdivision in 2023. I attribute this to increased occurrence of drying soils. And these other houses had no indication of subsidence around their homes, nor under their structural floors in the basement, which is basically directly adjacent to this area. So if we were seeing subsidence right under the porch, we'd likely see it in the well, damage to the foundation wall and also underneath the structural floors that we were able to access. This pattern points to improper compaction by the home builder in this subdivision. Our conclusions for 72 Saddle Mountain Road investigations is that there's no evidence of mine subsidence in the 4 shallow boreholes, including one that was within 8 feet of where a lot of the damage is occurring on the east wall. There's no evidence of mine subsidence or a void above the mine. In the core hole, there's no evidence of mine subsidence at the surface. There's evidence of the perched water layer, strong competent bedrock, differential movement of fill materials around the house. There's expansive soils in the fill material and bedrock as found during our drilling investigation. There's differential movement of the foundation backfill under the porch and garage slabs. There's a history of damage due to expansive soils requiring foundation and floor repairs and retrofits. There is history of drainage issues with gutters in northwest corner of the house. It's our conclusion that the reported damage to the structure is not related to mine subsidence. Borehole data and laboratory testing samples from the boreholes suggest that damage is likely caused to near surface soil conditions or construction design methods, not taking those into account. Variable swelling and settling of the near surface soils may be related to moisture content variations and improper initial compaction, design or construction. So that is our presentation.
Question, when you folks did put the 1 deep hole in, was that the initial plan is just to do 1? Or was there an initial plan to do more than 1 deep hole?
We were potentially going to do 2 depending on our findings.
And tell us a little bit about that. Because we're layman.
Yeah. We did have, I mean, it did take a long time to drill that hole. And so we were, what?
You said 6 days?
6 days, yeah. So we were concerned about the timing of drilling another hole too. And seeing that we were not seeing trough subsidence effects in terms of, so one thing that was mentioned is that this wouldn't be trough subsidence. But then in another argument in his report, he states that there's variable types of mining that occurred in the rock rim and our Pike View mine, right? So if you have a pillar that collapses, pillar collapses because they had gone in and pulled, pulled some of those pillars around it. That puts other stress on other pillars, which then collapse. And then that can propagate trough subsidence. So we did not see evidence of that trough subsidence in that area of that. So yeah, we did not drill a second one.
So that is your definition of trough versus it being a long wall and not being seen in this area.
But well, it definitely happens over long wall for
Yeah.
sure. Because that happens almost immediately.
But trough happens when you have several pillars collapsing.
Correct. Yeah, and I have. So these represent pillars that have crushed. And the trough subsidence that have formed after that. And then this is what chimney subsidence looks like. So yes, if there are areas that.
Could you go back to the chimney subsidence one?
Yes.
So this is a cartoon, if you will, because what you said is the chimney here, the worst case expectation would be 70 feet above.
Yes, that based on CTL Thompson's reports. The maximum stated by Singh, who is he did the subsidence section of the 1992 engineer handbook that Dr. Konda reported. He stated that 10 times is another like maximum that you can go off of in terms of how high chimney subsidence is expected to propagate. So 140 feet, we're still, 80 feet from the surface.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
And I have a bunch of rebuttal slides for his findings in his report, but I guess we'll get to those.
We're still in the presentation portion of this.
Sure, I think we've hit our time limit, so unless there's any other questions from the board, we do have some numbers that was requested related to claims and rock rimming. I can cover that quickly now, or we can reserve it for our rebuttal testimony.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
No.
No.
Yeah. Hi, have we, and I realize that maybe there wouldn't be a reason for such a significant soil study as you've outlined here without, this potential homeowner claims. But have there been similar soil studies done beyond the boundary of the Pikes Peak mine or the Rock Rimmon neighborhood? There's obviously this footprint that's eligible for this program, but have we done soil studies or core drilling, kind of as an equalizer to see if this is just similar soil for the general area?
Sorry, I missed some of that question.
Yeah, we have not been requested to do those studies.
Right. Yeah, and I'm sure I understand that you wouldn't. I'm just looking for sort of a, the outlier here is that we know that this neighborhood is over an existing coal mine, but the existing coal mines here, and then there's just like the general soil characteristics of the upper layers. We're talking about all the the expansive soils, the clay. Do we have other data for how the soil composition is outside of the neighborhood or outside of the known mine workings?
That would probably, we could base that off of NRCS soil data. And there is the swelling soils potential map, so we could look at that. But in terms of actual studies, in terms of drilling, I have not done those personally.
Right. I can't imagine why you would. I just was wondering if there was just kind of known characteristics for the area of the soils. I would think that maybe developers and such would all need to sort of know this information.
Ken, do you have any comments on the Rock Rimmon area from your history of the Front Range?
If I could just interject 1 second first before Ken answers that. I'm sorry, this is Rachel Nicholas. There is a study completed and along with maps about potential swelling soils in the Colorado Front Range area that was published by the Colorado Geological Survey. And we use that report extensively. I'm trying to find the exact title of it. I'm sorry, but it characterizes the soils related to the potential for it to swell within all the way from Colorado Springs up through the Boulder Weld area. It was written or completed by Steve Hart in 1974 for the Colorado Geological Survey.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry.
Is that the one is that the diagram that's been in our voluminous package?
Yes, that should be included in
Soil swelling.
either the pre-enrollment inspection or the claim inspection.
Okay, thank you.
And to go back to your question about the one core hole, we had found a good spot between both houses that were equidistant between the damage on the houses. And we determined that that core hole was sufficient.
Bill Baker, I do have a question. When you refer to improper compaction by the builder, isn't that generally visible if that's flawed, isn't that generally visible much earlier?
Yeah, it can be, but also with changes in moisture content, that that can compact more. Especially if it's, an expansive soil.
The triggering thing is water. Uncompacted fill can stay in its in situ position for some time. So what will trigger that movement is most commonly water. You may have traffic loads. If it's in a road, you may have vibration, but without a change in moisture, the magnitude of that consolidation is going to be much more minimalized than if you put the water to it. Water is the trigger to both swell and consolidation. So if you have poor site drainage, if you have a big storm event, if you have a perch water moving across the top of a formational unit, water from downspouts, a flood, whatever can increase the surface water and allow permeation into the subsurface soil, you'll see a change. Also, if you put a concrete slab across soils, it can break the capillary rise and the moisture content will increase. Another thing that I've seen is the time that it takes to build something. I make an excavation into soils. It takes me 3 weeks to get all of the foundations in and whatnot. And if I don't protect those soils, they will, by evaporation, dry out. I then put my slab back in, and over time, that moisture will stabilize and the moisture will come back. Well, in the process of that drying, those soils will shrink, if you would, and when re-wetted, they can swell. So it's not an overnight thing. I have seen in my experience where a pipe broke and a floor slab rose 3 inches overnight, to where a building I did for the Wyoming Highway Department, they built it. It took them, I think it was 6 weeks to get the foundation and the slab in. They allowed the soils to dry out. And it was about 15, 20 years later, they noticed they were starting to get all this fine little cracking in their building walls. And it was because it took that long for the soil moisture to stabilize. And we validated that by taking soil samples in situ at that time, post-construction 20 years. When we brought them into the lab, we allowed them to air dry for periods of time to see what the shrink in the re-swell was, if you would. And we were able to show that because of that drying, shrinking, and then re-swelling, it was enough, even though they weren't very expansive soils, it was enough to crack walls and stick doors. Hopefully that explains your question.
Madam Chair, I have a quick question here.
Yes, please.
I guess the fill material, it sounds like that was imported material prior to construction for the leveling. Is that known?
It's not known. I mean, it's from what we can tell from topographic maps that this area is an area of fill. I'm not sure exactly where this fill came from. It likely came from the hillside because there's a cut in the road. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure where that came from. We didn't have records for that. We didn't have we had a basic, we were able to get a basic site grading or subdivision grading plan. But it was low resolution. It was tough to see.
And how much fill was in this core hole?
Around the houses, what was that, Ken? We had, it was 8.5 to
8 to 12. I think I'd have to go back and look at it.
That was the range in our holes.
I did see one report that CTL Thompson did for pavement in that subdivision. And as you come down the hill, the soils were classified as an A76 using the highway procedures. And what that means is that is a soil typically associated with clays that has lower what they call R values or CBR values in pavement design, requiring thicker pavement sections because it is more clay. So if that report was done prior to any site grading, it would support that as you come down that hill there, that those soils did change into the more clayey type material, which could have then been where the origination was. We have nothing to validate it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Tim?
Are we limited to our test holes, core holes, sampling on the property lines within the property? And is that sufficient versus taking samples more broadly?
I'll let Rachel address some of the details of limitations.
This is Rachel Nicholas, and we would be limited to the property for geotechnical investigations. If there was evidence of mine subsidence or just evidence that we wanted to find out more information about with that was not within those boundaries, we could work with the landowner to ask if we could do drilling and stuff on their property. And that's something that I would do if it was evident that something was happening on a neighboring property.
In thinking about the neighboring properties, I mean, is something like this so focused just to cover 2 houses and then no impacts to the neighbors in terms of, I think, the soils?
I mean, it's not, this problem is not localized. It's what we see throughout the subdivision. So they are definitely, I mean, I see a lot of expansive soils and just differential movement in the subdivision.
Is that what you were asking? Okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
Anyone else? All right.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Please.
Can you give me an idea of what's the cost of this type of investigation?
Sure, I do have some numbers. I pulled the numbers associated with this exact investigation. So total costs were $188,108. And the core hole costs, which includes the drilling, engineer time, geologist time, report time, everything all together for that one core hole was $83,474.
Okay, so 181,000.
88,000.
88,000 between the 2 homes.
Yes, yes.
Well, thank you.
And if I could supplement that, Jeff, you for the division, I mean, that's part of the consideration that staff goes through in the stages between the claim investigation and the geotech investigation, because there is a cost component to it that is paid out of the fund. If staff determines that there is important, valuable information that will be gained from conducting that geotech investigation, they'll proceed with that investigation. That's not always the case. Sometimes they can make their conclusions based just on the claim investigation standpoint, which still has a cost, but obviously not the expense that goes into the subsurface investigation.
But to your point, then, there is no limits in terms of what we might spend on an investigation.
I mean, there's certainly limits, and I think that's where it gets into, kind of a cost benefit analysis.
I understand that, but there's nothing in the regs in terms of what
No.
might limit.
No, sir.
Not cost for investigation. The only limit in Rule 8 is, the claim amount.
Right.
Going back to that second hole, is if you folks had drilled that and not punctured through that pillar, would you maybe have put in if it would kept in the pillar the whole way down? And you could not determine if that void was wet or not, would you maybe have put in the second hole?
We would
Maybe
have,
that's leading.
we would have had to discuss that with DRMS in terms of the cost analysis of it. Right. But if so you're saying if we hadn't hit
If you would have stayed in the pillar the whole way through.
Oh, okay.
but it does show that we have an intact coal pillar, right? In the area underneath the houses, even if we didn't get out of a void space, right? So, and we can review all the information above that in terms of rock quality, see if there's fractures propagating through it from that angle with the trough subsidence would come out, even if that area wasn't disturbed, you might see fracturing coming out. So, yeah, does that help answer it?
So you did both. You went in the pillar and you came out of it.
Yeah, it came out a little bit on the side. And we were not able, I mean, if we could have, we would have scanned out of that pillar to get more information about the workings right there. But we weren't able to get the scanner or even the televiewer down into that area. Because the coal had in that area, in that core hole had constricted a little bit and we weren't able to get that through.
Thank you.
We did, it wasn't mentioned, but we did have mine atmosphere coming out of the borehole. So we had a 4-gas meter with us and we had low oxygen and high CO2. Another indication that the mine workings were not inundated.
Can you maybe just take 30 seconds to explain that to people who don't understand?
Yeah, so we drilled down into it and we had the drill stem all the way down to the void area. And we could feel air coming out of there. And since I work on mine fires quite often, I have a 4-gas meter with me all the time. Took the 4-gas meter over there. Closed coal mines, the coal will oxidize and you reduce your oxygen levels and you increase your CO2 levels. So that's how you can tell if it's in the smell. It's like a musty organic smell usually if there's if it's mine atmosphere. So we had that coming up through. Since we had that coming through, we know that the water, it's not inundated. Another indicator that there's not water in those, filling those voids.
So too, we had the presence of the carbon dioxide and the intact aquifer.
And the what?
The intact aquifer above.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And part of it, again, Jeff, it's the kind of the totality of all this information that kind of fed or informed the decision. There is a lot of points in the 2 summary slides for 2 properties that Max pointed to that were clear indicators confirming the findings. And that's it. It's really the aquifer itself and some of the other points that touched on. So they were able to gather reliable information from the core hole.
Perfect. All right. Any other questions? If not, we're done with the presentation portion. I suggest that we take it's about 12:35. We're sorry for any inconvenience on people who need to eat quicker than this. But why don't we come back at, I said that wrong, it's 12:35, at 1:05. And we will hear the rebuttals from the appellant, followed by the division, and then closing comments.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's too hot, we're all hungry.
And then it was some cooler air.
No doubt in my mind.
It's always the case though.
Nell and Patrick, are you both there and can you hear? Just want to make sure they can hear first. The people offline here, hear us?
Yes, we can.
I'm here. I'm just trying to adjust my screens.
There we go. All right. All right, so what we have left is we have the rebuttals. First, the appellants and the division. Do you, appellants, do you need 15 minutes or 30 minutes? Appellants, I'm sorry.
I'd like to reserve the 30 minutes, but I may not take the entire time.
Okay, that's fair enough. So when you're ready, please proceed. Don't forget that name, even though we know who you are.
I am trainable.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Secretary and members of the board, my name is Earl Austin Rivenberg, the owner of 72 Saddle Mountain. I'd like to do the rebuttal. I'd like to start my rebuttal by saying I sincerely wish that Dr. Kunda was not required to travel this afternoon, is not able to address some of the more technical issues that are outside of my scope of expertise. So this is going to be a informed layman's level rebuttal, which is the best we can manage at this point. I'd like to point out that this is an appeal for a decision by the Colorado Mine Subsidence Protection Program. This is not the expansive soils program. And one of the interesting numbers, which is the first I'd seen, is that so far this has cost the state $188,000, with 83,000 of that being for one deep core hole. That 83,000 for one deep core hole, I mean, that's a significant amount of money, but it actually provided at least some information about what's going on at the mine at that point. I'd like to direct the board's attention to the 8 shallow holes, which were almost entirely for finding an excuse that it is not mine substance. That is about soils. It's not about mines. So at least as much was spent looking at soils, and you heard extensively, the portion of the presentation that was given was far more focused on what's going on at soils, which has nothing to do with what's going on at the mine level. I'd like to point out that in Dr. Kunda's report, he addresses this specifically in that it really doesn't matter what's happening at the soils if there is mine subsidence, because mine subsidence becomes the root cause at that point. Any expansive soils is moot if there is actually something happening at the mine level. I'd also like to point out that room and pillar mine substance can be very localized. It was very interesting, the assertion made by the Tetra Tech official, I did not jot the name down, that if a whole series of pillars collapses, then you could have the trough subsidence. As a layman, I'll recognize that, yes, that could be possible. It's not mentioned in their general information. It's never mentioned in any of the extensive conversations I've had with Dr. Kunda, and they made no citation for any sort of study that widespread trough subsidence happens in room and pillar mines because of a collapse of an entire series of pillars. From the studies that Dr. Kunda has raised and in his report and in my conversations with him, collapse in room and pillar mines tends to be very localized, with usually a single pillar collapsing at a time and having a very focused small area effect. The assertions in the diagrams, there was definitely a disconnect, and perhaps a study by like the Colorado Geologic Survey of the methods, because I understand the Tetra Tech is going to defend what they have a financial interest in, showing that they're doing it right. Dr. Kunda, he took a token payment from us. He has not got a financial interest in this. He's coming at this as an academic, this is an interesting problem. I think clearly the disconnect between the information provided by Dr. Kunda and what we've heard from Tetra Tech, at the very least, calls for something that's severely lacking for the Mine Substance Protection Program, which is effective oversight, which I believe is why it's not an insurance program, because insurance programs come with this effective oversight. So perhaps that's something the board could request the Colorado Geological Survey to do a review of the Tetra Tech methodology to see how much that squares with what Dr. Kalunda provided for this particular appeal. I'd also like to raise, and this is something I wish I had a deeper understanding of. Dr. Kunda in his report was very clear that an incline drill for the one deep core hole that was done provides more information than a vertical core hole. And again, that's something that I think a third-party outside expert perhaps could weigh in on that methodology. It's beyond my ability to address, but I don't simply accept, I'll be plain, Dr. Kunda's credentials to me are far more trustworthy than any of those provided by Tetra Tech, and he does not have a financial interest in the outcome of this. So my starting point is I'm going to, when there is a conflict between the information presented, that is where my faith is going to lie. I'd also like to address the issue of the addendum on the soils information. That was the first heard for that. I spoke with Mr. Lindquist. Neither one of us can find in our emails or anything that the addendum of the soils testing information, which was just provided to us for the first time here, was ever transmitted. So I'd be very interested in the timeline of, because the chart of soil testing is what was in our final reports that were given us with the rejection, which is what we then provided Dr. Kunda to review. Yet here at the last minute, it's like, oh, no, we actually did those tests. There was an addendum. Sorry, you didn't get it. Again, that addresses or not perhaps addresses, but implies the intent and the functioning of the Colorado Mine Substance Protection Program, that lapse would happen literally and not be correct until we were at the board meeting. During my initial statement, one of the board members, don't recall the name, asked about the slope on the property. You heard from Tetra Tech about water drainage. We are on a significant slope. Yes, at the front of the property, my house specifically, because it was originally the show house and the office house for the entire development, they did not want to put downspouts on each side of the porch, so they just had downspouts on the edge. So we did have one area where water poured off. That water immediately ran around the side of the house and on down. There's not, because of the slope on our property, there's not a water collecting and soaking issue. That's just simply not possible. Yes, there was runoff concentrated in one area because the gutters were insufficient, but that water hit the ground, ran around the corner, and went down the hill to Delmonico Road. I think I probably did not get into my extra allotted time, but those are the points that I jotted down I wanted to raise. But in closing of the rebuttal, this is the Mine Substance Protection Program. Their efforts should be focused on finding mine substance, not looking for expansive soils to justify not paying a claim. The cost for those 8 shallow holes, which are focused entirely or almost entirely on soils, could have easily paid for a second deep hole, which would have given us a much better understanding of what is actually happening at the mine, which can be very localized. As Dr. Kunda mentioned, a pillar is roughly the size of my home. If one of those, they drilled into a pillar that's behind our home, is it a pillar that's underneath our home? Is it a pillar that's in front of our home? With the localized nature of room and pillar mine subsidence, one hole for 2 properties is simply not sufficient. And again, to expand on the localized, the other studies that they cited from 2011 and 2002, those are some distance away. Whether there is a pillar collapsing in that area has no bearing on if a pillar is going to be collapsing in our area. And also a study done that did not find any collapsing pillars over a decade ago does not mean a pillar is not collapsing now. Again, this is supposed to be the Mine Substance Protection Program. They should be looking for mine subsidence, not looking for uses in expansive soils. if they had done a comprehensive investigation to the standards that Dr. Kunda provided us. And they went into the mine, they did the survey of the mine like Mr. Graves told us they were going to do when he came out for the site survey. They would be like, okay, great. You went into the mine, you looked around, you got the sensor in there to see that nothing is going on, then it's something else outside of your scope. But instead, they put a huge amount of effort into finding an excuse to not pay any claims and paying as much to get that excuse as they would get from actually just paying the claim in the first place. That concludes my rebuttal.
You folks, there is still ample time if you folks would also like to be
Nope.
part of the, have anything else?
That's at the very.
I'm at the very
Yeah, you, yes, so following the rebuttal.
You're the closing statement.
So you folks are fine with this, you accountants are both fine with this rebuttal? Okay, fine, great. Questions? From the board?
Madam Chair, Mr. Rittenberg, I appreciate you being here and taking the time. We also heard from Tetra Tech in terms of the water levels and those not being affected and those being intact in the air within the shafts and all of that. Is that, can you explain, where that doesn't add up for you?
Again, I wish I was Dr. Kunda, but I'm not. My understanding from he actually found that the placement in the areas where there was no water to be possibly indicative of things draining. He also pointed out the water tables are not necessarily uniform. Their chart that they showed showed a nice even level of water all the way across everywhere. And that's evidently, again, not my area of expertise, I freely admit, not the way that actually works. I wish I could give you a more substantive answer, but I don't have the expertise. However, it is the water and soil hydration issues, the water table issue is specifically addressed in Dr. Kunda's report, which is Exhibit 6, I believe.
I think the other factor that I noticed going through Dr. Kuntra's and even Tetra Tech's is how deep this is underneath you, in that propagation being, if it's up 100 feet, it's still 80 so feet below your ground level. How do you feel about that? I mean, I've heard those arguments.
So from my discussions specifically on this point with Dr. Kunda, if you recall, and I could pull up the slide from the initial presentation that he gave. If you recall the slide that had a lot of blue layers in it, and at the bottom, it had the mining void and then a multiplier. So that particular model shows propagation that would go well to the surface for hundreds of feet. So the model that Tetra Tech is using is not the only model for mine subsidence and propagation of its effects to the surface. There are other models, which Dr. Kunda mentions in his report, that would absolutely propagate the 200 feet to the surface. And especially with the collapse of a pillar, the damages in our houses are from shifts in inches and fractions of inches. So a collapse of a pillar, even 200 feet down, can absolutely, from the studies and models that Dr. Kunda has discussed with us, can propagate to over 200 feet without a doubt from the information that he has provided us. I don't have the expertise to say, okay, this is the model that Tetra Tech has chosen to present to the board, and this is the model that Dr. Kunda presented on that slide, and these are the pros and cons, and argue which academic model is applicable for this state. That is well beyond my capability.
That you raise a good point. When he showed that, had more time, I would question him about that. Seemed more like a trench or a big stope model failure versus a little pillar failure. So I was wondering about the applicability to if it was just a cartoon or demonstrating an issue or. Yeah.
My understanding is, I don't have it in front of it, but he cited any number of different studies and manuals in his report. And one of the points he was making is that there are multiple models which give you different results. And if you're looking for a particular result, you're going to choose a model that will give you that result.
I have Bill Baker. I have a question. Early on, you brought up briefly the neighborhood and that. Well, one thing I did kind of laugh at was your neighbor said you're wasting your time. But how many homes are in your neighborhood and what percentage of those, and I know this is a guess, do you think are having similar problems?
I'll look at the number.
I know from my conversation, so I mentioned that Mary Shen did the most recent article on mine substance in Colorado Springs was on our particular situation. It was published in December of last year. And it was from that article that, she identified one of her primary sources was the owner of Colorado Foundation Associates, I think is the name of the company, which is who I contacted to get an estimate for the cost to stabilize our home. So from my conversation with him, and this actually gets to someone else's question about soil situations across the Front Range. Because, it's absolutely, it is a fact that 2021 was the driest summer on record in Colorado Springs. And there are multiple homes that are having some foundation issues doing with the soil compaction from drying. However, according to the gentleman who's, I could pull it up, but you have the exhibit, who owns the Foundation Professionals, he's like, rock rimming is a huge problem. Matter of fact, the article specifically talks about a person who lives, and I personally have not spoken to them, this is just from the press article, who is doing the stabilization that I described to you of putting the piers down to bedrock. And when they tried to put the piers down, the piers fell off into the mine void. Now, this is someone who had not signed up for the mine protection program, largely because of its reputation in the neighborhood as being ineffective. And they actually, because normally, again, from the article, as they're putting these steel piers down, the resistance of the soil and the stone keeps the piers together. So they go down in like long sections, they put another one on top of it, and that one on top forces the one below. But when they hit the mine space, they simply fell off. They actually had to start welding them together as they put them down until they could get to the bottom of the mine. So from my conversation with him, I don't believe he gave me a number, and I would struggle to say how many houses are in the Rock Rimmon area. I don't know, at a guess 500. I don't know. But he said most of the problems that he has to remediate are about the mines here, and he remediates all across the Front Range. But he's like, Rock Rimmon is all about the mine, which he is quoted in the article saying. Whether the Mine Substance Protection Program finds that to be something they're willing to pay or not.
All right, anyone else? Questions? Patrick or no?
None for me, thank you.
All good, thanks.
All right, well, thank you very much. Now we will have the 15-minute-ish rebuttal from the division.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff Fugate, again, on behalf of staff. As we're pulling up some rebuttal slides that Tetra Tech will go through, I wanted to go through a few points. I've been keeping kind of a bullet point list of issues raised that I wanted to address. Also, Jeff Graves, who you're familiar with, Director of the IMP program, is going to be available to answer questions and maybe respond directly to some of the assertions that the program has incorrectly delegated authority to a third party. I'm going to start on just a couple of kind of checklist items. Mr. Rivenberg testified that the addendum was not provided. Therefore, they did not have that to provide to their expert. That's in fact not the case. Staff provided that to the Lindquists, did not send it certified, and so followed up by email on March 27th. Received a email confirming receipt on March 28th, so they did have that information from staff. There's some assertions that this was an effort to just spend money to, I guess, disprove it's a subsidence related event. I guess the best way to discuss that is this investigation can do multiple things. The primary purpose of the investigations through the claim investigation and the geotech investigation is to reach a conclusion on whether or not the damage is a result of mine subsidence related impacts. It can simultaneously also provide information about expansive soils or other things that may have contributed to damages at a home. So I think that the narrow classification of the program just spent money to discuss expansive soils is a gross misrepresentation of the reports themselves, and I think a gross misrepresentation of the program and the integrity of this program. I certainly understand that the homeowners here have not been pleased with their interactions with the agency, but I certainly think that the board and as trustees recognize that this program and the division itself has a very good reputation, not just in Colorado, but nationwide. Jeff Graves has developed the IMP program into a model for the country. And that is reflected in the level of expertise that staff is invested into this program and into these two specific properties. And I guess to summarize that, there is no dishonest intent here. There is no intent to deny or make a predetermined decision about subsidence. The role of this program is to investigate claims to see if the damage to homes is a result of subsidence. As I mentioned, there's assertion that this is a kind of an improper delegation of authority to Tetra Tech. I'm going to have Jeff Graves kind of cover what the process is in the hiring of the consultant teams that do this work, and then give a discussion of the involvement of staff in reviewing the investigatory work that's done by the contractors.
Jeff Graves, Program Director for the Inactive Mine Reclamation Program. And so Jeff mentioned that part of our process has been to put out a request for qualifications to assist with evaluations of mine subsidence, to conduct claim inspections, and it allows the program to expand its capacity. We certainly have in-house capacity to perform reviews. Rachel has extensive experience, as she mentioned, working within the Colorado Springs area and has extensive experience evaluating mine subsidence claims. Myself, I have experience working as a geotech engineer for a number of years. I have a master's degree in geological engineering from the School of Mines, so I'm very familiar with mine subsidence, how that occurs, and then I've been working within the program for nearly 25 years. So there's certainly in-house experience, but sometimes there are unique instances and circumstances where we need some additional outside expertise. And so as part of this mine subsidence protection program, we put out that request for qualifications every 5 years and receive proposals from a number of geotechnical engineering firms throughout the Front Range that have experience with evaluating mine subsidence events, determining whether or not mine subsidence or swelling soils or some other type of geohazard results in the types of damage that are seen on the surface. And so we evaluate all those proposals and then select one of the engineering firms to provide the division additional engineering assistance and specialized expertise to assist with evaluating these type of claims. And so that's the process that the division goes through to select a contractor to do this type of work. But under no circumstances does the division turn over responsibility for reviewing those claim determinations, for working with the geotechnical engineer on reviewing that report in advance of submitting that to the homeowner as a claim. Specifically on this report, I reviewed that report, Rachel reviewed that report, other individuals within the division reviewed that report for consistency with respect to investigation methods, for the data that was collected, specifically soil data, geotechnical data, the core data. Staff within our program has experience evaluating core information, evaluating drilling information. Many of our staff, including myself and Rachel, have both been on drilling investigations on site during those investigations, have an understanding of the type of information that can be collected from those drilling investigations, and then how that can be used to inform a decision based on the information collected. And so I think there's a proven track record of utilizing outside expertise when necessary, with in-house review of those documents prior to submission to the plaintiff in this case regarding what the findings were related to that report. So I think we have a good track record of utilizing those services when necessary and are not turning over those responsibilities to come to a final decision related to what determination is going to be for a particular property.
Thanks. Looks like we're still working on our presentation here. So Max with Tetra Tech is going to come up and provide some rebuttal slides related to the Dr. Konda's report. I guess while we're bringing that up, we're available to answer any questions. Some of your questions may be covered in the slides, but
I asked a question earlier and I didn't get an answer, but in the Rock Rimmon area, how many claims have been submitted and how many claims were accepted?
sure. And let me musical chairs here.
Musical chairs.
And for those online, if I'm not talking loud enough, please let me know and I'll speak up. So I'm going to throw a lot of numbers at you. So please ask questions if they don't make sense. I'm going to start at a very high level and work my way to your specific question about claims in the Rock Rimmon neighborhood. The numbers we were able to pull together is let's see, and I touched on these briefly in our introduction. The total eligible homes in El Paso, Boulder, Weld, and Jefferson County is around 6,300 homes. Total enrollment is 871. Total enrolled in the Colorado Springs area, so that's Rock Rimmon and what's the Cragmore is 761.
That's enrolled?
Enrolled in the Colorado Springs area. So 761 total homes enrolled in the program in Colorado Springs. Specific to Colorado Springs, again, so this is the two neighborhoods. They've completed 159 claim inspections, 22 subsurface investigations. So this is the fuller geotech investigation that were done at these properties. They paid 17 claims, again, in all of Colorado Springs for just under $1 million in total claims. 14 of those were located in the high hazard zone identified by the original mapping. For Rock Rimmon, no claims have been paid out in the Rock Rimmon neighborhood. So of all of the claim investigations and subsurface investigations, they've concluded that damage to those homes is not related to subsidence.
So the 14 are on that Craigmore, whatever the other one is?
Craigmore and Country Club Circle.
And some of the explanation, I'll let Jeff fill in the details. There are some significant differences in that neighborhood. The mine workings are anywhere from 40 to 130 feet below surface. Whereas here, as you've seen from the reporting in Rock Rimmon, they're in around the 240 foot below surface area.
And in the Craigmore area, the mining was closer to the surface. And where is the Craigmore area?
So Craigmore, this is Jeff Graves again with the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety. So the Craigmore area is just south of the UCCS campus.
Okay.
So, just
on the east side of I-25.
Right. Correct. Yeah, just south, north of Templeton Gap, if you're familiar with the Templeton Gap diversion structure. And then the Country Club Circle is just the continuation to the south and east of that area. So it's kind of a band of area that had coal mining, similar era coal mining, similar coal mining process, but the geology is somewhat different between the two geographic areas. Within the Cragmore area, the mining was certainly shallower, and so we are seeing the influences on surface. Within the Country Club Circle area, we have much less overburdened bedrock. And so what ends up happening is those mines are shallower. And then when you have collapse, there's only about 5 to 10 feet of overburdened bedrock, and then you have alluvial sands on top of that. And so you kind of get an hourglass effect where you do get that propagation of chimney subsidence to the surface, but it's a function of that, excuse me, of that overburden material, which we do not see over in the rock bearing area where you have a large thickness of competent, consistent bedrock over the coal seam. You don't have any of that loose alluvial or aeolian windblown material deposited above that bedrock. So you've got a large bedrock thickness. The mine's deeper, even though you have similar mining methods. The ability to propagate those subsurface collapses to surface is much more difficult in the rock remnant area based on the overlying geology versus some of the Cragmore and Country Club Circle areas where it's shallower and the bedrock is different above the mine workings than you see over in rock remnant.
Looks like we got things working. Any other questions? Obviously, we're available
Thank you.
after the rebuttal testimony for any other questions that might come up that aren't addressed in rebuttal.
This is Max Johnson with Tetra Tech. Madam Chairman, Board. The notes aren't working on here, so I'm gonna have to be reading off here, but. So one of the things that Dr. Conda discussed was, this is his argument number one with 74 Saddle Mountain Road. He states that the damage at Saddle Mountain Road, or 74 Saddle Mountain Road, is telltale of mine subsidence. He refers to Singh's subsidence section in the Mining Engineer Handbook in 1992. He states building deformation from ground movements usually begins at foundation level and then propagates upward through the basement to the superstructure. Near surface swelling soils and settling is ground movement. So in many ways, these damages are going to present similarly. If the cause of movement was indeed deeper than near surface, then you would expect to see more damage to the foundation walls and internal support columns near the areas of the porch, garage, and basement floor. The next one I'll go into, I'm kind of doing this in order of, how do I switch?
Just scroll down. on the
Okay.
mouse.
Order of importance and what I think is important. The number 10 is the evidence of dry subsurface groundwater conditions. He argues that the lack of deep groundwater besides the perched water layer encountered in the core hole could indicate that fracturing is draining the regional aquifer. He then cites the Zhang 2022 study of near surface soil moisture content changes over an active longwall mine in China. The study is not applicable to Saddle Mountain because it's an active longwall mine, and which produces immediate surface fractures and subsidence. And there is active mine dewatering occurring in the mine and around the mine. So there's other things influencing that groundwater level. Additionally, the mine workings at this location, like I said before, are about 100 feet above where it is supposed to equalize at 6,000 feet within the mine. It discusses use of old imagery. So we had old aerial imagery in our pre-enrollment inspections and claim inspections. This is we choose aerial imagery that is before development or surface disturbance occurred in the area. And that's why we're using this imagery from 1969. We use this just to look for, especially in the Cragmore area, that whole area, if you look at old aerial imagery, it is pockmarked with chimney subsidence features. So we use it just to kind of understand where this was in that whole subsidence propagation at that point in time, just to give us a reference of that. The argument for this one that Dr. Conda gives is that subsidence from room and pillar mining may be erratic, intermittent, and long delayed. And we agree with that. Room and pillar mine subsidence can occur and be long delayed in this area, but the presence of an intact pillar suggests that widespread trough subsidence has not occurred. And we have that perched water layer indicates that chimney subsidence has not occurred up to that level. And then our near surface boreholes did not pick up any indication of voids propagating to that level. So those voids weren't there, or those boreholes weren't there just to pick up soil samples. They're also there to look for near surface subsidence. So we wouldn't see those kind of blow counts and consistent blow counts in that bedrock if that bedrock had subsided.
And those shallower ones were 20, 30, how deep were they?
They ranged between 20.5 and 31.9 feet. And then they averaged about it was 27.8, I think, on 72, and then it was right at about 28 or 74.
Thank you.
This one I can go through quick. It's just evidence of subjective interpretation of risk classification. We use the Dames and Moore 1985 reports hazard zonation map. So it's not subjective, and we state that in our report. We kind of danced around this one a bit, or not danced around it, but we talked about it a bit. TETCH states that the geotechnical investigation report that the most probable method of subsidence to occur on these properties is trough subsidence with visible signs across a wide area. That statement that kind of pulled we didn't really say that. That's indicating that we should see this visible, that we said we should see a visible disturbance across the whole surface. And what we stated was that we would, if it was affecting a large area, we would see evidence of that in our core hole. He states there's no specific context or explanation that is provided that this is only true for large extraction ratios. There is areas of large extraction ratio in Rock Rimmon, and with the uncertainty of some of these mine maps, we wanted to look for the presence of trough subsidence. So that's why we're looking for both, basically. I'll just skip through some of this, but I'm gonna quote Singh, who he's been quoting for his sources. He says, when a mine void is of larger size due to longwall mining or the eventual collapse of pillars, the collapsed strata fall into the excavation in bulk. This type of feature normally covers larger areas than sinkholes, and is referred to as trough or sag subsidence. So that indicates that's his same source saying that trough subsidence, and then that last sentence right there is part of his quote. Trough subsidence may occur at any depth. This is a reason why we were looking for trough subsidence along with chimney subsidence. Given this in the depth to mine workings, trough subsidence is likely the probable type of subsidence to occur in Rock Rimmon. The lack of fractures in the core hole and intact pillar indicate that widespread trough subsidence is likely not occurring at these properties. And further, our shallow boreholes were positioned right next to the house to intercept potential chimney subsidence if they had propagated to the surface. I already showed you these. Evidence of insufficient number of deep core holes. Dr. Conda states that we did not drill enough core holes and states that his cited source drilled a total of 18 deep core holes and 64 shallow core holes to validate a pre-existing map of historic ground workings. First off, our goal was not to validate the map, validate the mine map for this area. Additionally, his cited report is not applicable due to the different geology and overburden thicknesses, different goals of the study, and the size of the study area. The cited report has a depth to mine workings of 1/4 that of our subject properties, 50 to 55 feet. And the overburden material is mostly loose alluvium with a thin rock layer above the coal mine. As Jeff explained, you would see different subsidence conditions from that loose alluvium potentially going in through fractures or collapses in that mine. The cited report is discussing the process for designing a grouting program and deep foundation system for a large electrical substation spread across 16 acres, which is almost 100 times the size of our study area. Discusses the uncertainty of the superposition of the location of the deep borehole with respect to underground workings. He argues that there is evidence of uncertainty and superposition and location of the deep borehole. The core hole was located between the east sides of the two houses targeting the mine workings. This represented our best chance of intercepting workings between the two houses. As shown on the georeference mine map, there are uncertainties in terms of the accuracy of the underground mine map as stated on CGS's mine map disclaimer. These maps are not perfect as they were surveyed 60 to 120 years ago. Dr. Conda's point 8 on 74 Saddle Mountain Road is evidence of ambiguous description of bedrock quality from one deep borehole. He argues evidence, he states that the RQD data was not recorded, even though it is on our borehole log provided in the report and used to help determine rock competency. He also states that inclined boreholes are more reliable. While inclined boreholes can provide a greater chance of intercepting vertical fractures, our means and methods of this drilling program were more than adequate data set to characterize the in situ subsurface conditions. Evidence of ambiguous information from 4 shallow boreholes. As stated in our presentation, the shallow boreholes immediately adjacent to the foundation did not intercept voids, as would be indicated by a dropping drill stem, chattering auger bit, or inconsistent or low SPT blow counts. You mentioned the push piers. When they drop down, having sections drop off, we would see dropping of our drill bit if we had conditions like that. We did not see those. Also, soil properties are not immaterial for determining the root cause of the damage to these houses. Point 11 from 74 Saddle Mountain Road is evidence of misuse of neighboring properties, neighboring properties in the area, information from neighboring properties in the area. The reference reports are findings from properties in the immediate area of the subject properties, one being literally across Saddle Mountain Road to the south. The age of these reports are 18 to 27 years newer than the report that that the appellants are suggesting that we use. They're also closer and have similar overburden depths. So I believe our reports are more applicable than that one. '72 Saddle Mountain Road. Sorry, forgot about this. Dr. Conda argues that 72 Saddle Mountain Road has already been mitigated for expansive soils and references Exhibit 7, a geotechnical report from 1990. It also states that Tetra Tech stated that the swell potential was low in our claim inspection report. Yes, the area is mapped as low swell potential on the broad swell potential map, but these maps are not perfect And remember that the expansive samples were found in the fill material, not in the native soils. While the homeowner states he had multiple engineering reports that state the house is structurally sound, the only report we were provided was Exhibit 7, this 1990 engineering report. And it states the foundation has been retrofitted with caissons and the floor was replaced 2 years after construction because of expansive soils issues. The report states that the garage foundation appears to be placed on fill material and has undergone settlement. The interior garage slab has heaved in areas. And this is a telltale sign of expansive soils. The report also states that the front porch has settled due to backfill material settling and states that most of the settling should be complete, but additional settlement is possible. The important quote from this is due to the presence of expansive soils in this area, the potential for movement still does exist. The ingredient needed to activate the expansive soils is water. Thus, good drainage is essential. That's a quote from that report. Dr. Khan discusses how multiple methods of mining took place in the Pike View mine. So mine subsidence patterns cannot be expected to be straightforward. Surface expression could be subtle, therefore visual observations of the surface expression may not always be reliable. Our approach on our geotechnical investigation was looking for multiple types of mine subsidence. So I think we covered this. Dr. Conda states that a borehole drilled in the wrong location would be expected to be intact. Anyone with experience drilling into old mines using often poorly surveyed 60 to 100-year-old mine maps knows that there's not a specific right and wrong spot, right? You have to balance your decision on a few factors, like where is the surface disturbance or damage appear to be happening? Is there a mapped open area in the mine map near this area? And were you able to get, and where are you able to get a rig? So that's another important part. Saying a location is wrong is just unrealistic. And we already discussed the reasoning for the vertical bore. He just states that there's evidence of vertical and lateral movement when a structure moves at all. I mean, any kind of damage in that is going to have both aspects of lateral and vertical movement. So. That's it.
Jeff Newgate here on behalf of the division. That concludes our rebuttal testimony. We're available for any questions you may have. Otherwise, we will move into our closing.
Right.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, please.
This is now Wareham. Would you say, this was a couple slides back, in your actual presentation, that the damage in both houses is fairly similar?
I would say that 72 Saddle Mountain Road appears to have more of a foundational structural issue going on, probably in the east wall area, whereas 74 Saddle Mountain Road appears to be mostly affected by near surface soils because the foundation appears in pretty good shape. So what we're seeing is that differential movement of soils underneath the basement slab causing damage in the basement and also progressing upward through the structure. The front porch again. So they've got some overlap, whereas they're both having their front porches settle a bit. But there are different issues involved with them.
And 72 is the one that was retrofitted?
Correct.
But then neither one of them had any work done underneath the porch. Well, yes, there
Besides
was
the mud jack.
besides the mud jacking, but that basement retrofitting, foundational retrofitting on 72 did not take into account the thing. And my back of the napkin math here, please help me, is 28 cubic yards, approximately 2 dump trucks.
Well, so they said they were, the way they came up with those values was the amount of trucks that came. So it was on cement trucks that came.
Cement trucks, but it was 28 cubic yards.
28, but 5 of that was spread across the porch, sidewalk, and driveways.
Oh, it's not
the
all
initial work done.
theoretically under the porch. I'm just trying to get a visual here. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, wait, I have one more question. Sorry. You had a map of fill, native soil, bedrock in the drilling, hard rock down to it. I believe the fill was what, in like the 8 to 12 foot range? And then native soil kind of at 20-ish, right?
Yeah, it's Ken on, it was 8.5 to 12 something in every hole. That is depth. And remember that the front of the house is substantially higher than the rear of the house. It is a walkout floor, so my guess. And then there on 72, there is a 3-foot retaining wall that's approximately 8 feet from the east wall. So it drops even further down to Delmonico. So Delmonico to Saddle Mountain is probably 15 feet difference in height.
And then it was sort of how much hard rock between that and the mine tunnel was, like 175 or something?
Yeah, so it'd be right at about 200 feet because we had to the top of the mine workings was 226. We had a depth the Odex was down to 25.
At the core, excuse me, at the core.
This is it.
Ed Muller, at the core, the overburdened soil was at about 25.5 feet.
So right at about just over 200 feet.
Right about 200 feet of bedrock.
200 feet of bedrock. And then 8 to 12 feet of fill, and then soil. Okay, thank you. I saw the picture, I just didn't get a time to jot down all the depths.
Okay.
Mr. Mott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the explanation about those shallow bores in terms of understanding subsistence, possible mine subsistence. To what degree, because we've got these 2 areas, Rimrock and what was the other one? Craigmore, thank you. In through these surveys, we're also kind of building a map a little bit also. So I mean, it's also beneficial to understand what's going on as we might receive more complaints or notices of potential subsistence, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think, again, Jeff, you get for the division, the original maps are from the late 80s, early 90s that developed kind of the program in this particular area. There's been decades of information gathered. So every, the information gathered in these particular homes from both the core hole and borehole is good information that staff will use when they're looking at other claims in the area. So it is the more data you have from both areas, then the more knowledgeable staff is the next time they go out to conduct a claim investigation.
And then, Mr. Fugate, the funds for this program, remind me, can only be used on these type of investigations, I'm assuming, and then also for mitigating where there is proven mine subsistence.
Yeah, and maybe the better way to phrase that is that the trust fund is the only funding source for all of the work that this program does.
Money can't be spent anywhere else. on
That's my
anything else,
understanding.
on another program or anything like that? There's no benefit to the program or the agency for the money to be sitting there?
Other than it's a trust fund, and so, you know, it's the income earned is really what kind of is the self-sustaining
That'd
component
be
of this
the,
fund.
that'd be the only other benefit.
Right, right.
Other questions? All right. Last chance. Okay, so thank you very much for both sides of the fence here for the rebuttals. Appreciate that. Now we'll move into closing statements.
Try to stop sharing the screen here, just see.
15 minutes, the division shall start and followed by the appellates.
Again, Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division and Mines and Sites program staff. I'll be brief in my closing. The program is empathetic to homeowners who are dealing with damage to their homes. That is why this program was created. That is the primary, arguably the only purpose of the program, is to provide support to homes impacted by mine subsidence throughout Colorado. That's why staff, and in particular Rachel, has devoted a significant part of her professional career developing and administering this program. As you've seen from the extensive investigation work and the level of expertise involved, this program is robust. They have an experienced and knowledgeable staff and have retained experts in the field to conduct these technical studies. The homeowner's assertion that the program lacks expertise or credibility is clearly refuted by the facts that you've heard today. Mr. Rivenberg cynically stated that the program is just looking to protect the trust. As trustees, you carry that fiduciary responsibility that I discussed at the outset of the hearing. And there certainly is some consideration of what is in the best interest of the trust in the program, but that absolutely is not the driving or primary factor when we're conducting this work. As we say in a lot of our hearings before this board, you have to look to the science. Where the technical investigation confirms that subsidence has caused or led to damage at a home, the MSPP has always paid on those claims. Where the technical investigations confirm it is not subsidence-related impact, MSPP cannot pay those claims. Doing so is adverse to the program and the trust fund. The record reflects that there was extensive pre-existing damage to both of these homes. Again, as I stated in Rule 8, pre-existing damage is not covered under this program. So even if the damage was subsidence-related impacts, the vast majority of the damage at both these homes is not subject to coverage under the program, and that's by existing rules. The standard of review here is substantial evidence in the record. You're familiar with that standard. That's our standard when we are arguing before district court. Is there sufficient evidence in the record to support the decision being requested? In this case, staff requesting that the board affirm their findings and deny the appeal. We believe that there is substantial evidence in this record to support those findings, so we ask that you do that. Thank you.
All right, the appellants.
The end is near.
Don't forget to state your name correctly.
Sure, no, you go ahead, you go.
Again, I'll start the closing statement. My name is Austin Rivenberg, owner of 72 Settle Mountain. We bought that home in 2018 after my last overseas tour to retire. I retired from the Department of Defense in January of this year. I assure you, this is not how I intended to spend my retirement. We had, because of the history with the home, we had a geotechnical study done. We had the one from the 1990s, everything. Matter of fact, the person who did this fix it, for a home of this age, it's in great shape. Until a couple of years after we bought it. I sincerely hope that Dr. Kunda and the rest of the evidence we've provided has raised some issues in what I understand is the first ever appeal of this program to the board. And the board will look seriously into how the Mine Substance Protection Program conducts its business. I'll say that I was hoping today would be the end of this process, but the decision by this board to not take any consideration of the fact that the program is basically does not follow the letter of either state or federal law tells me that I am just starting the next phase of this process. I retired as first sergeant. First sergeants, senior NCOs are not doing that job for themselves. They're doing it for their soldiers. They're doing it for everyone who comes after them. When a senior NCO runs into a problem, he doesn't fix it for himself. He fixes it for himself and everyone who comes after him. And that's my motivation before the board today. Artist?
I don't know about you, but I'm Ardith Lindquist on 74 Saddle Mountain Road, and this testimony has been pretty boring. See what I did there? Okay. Oops, notebooks. I have some napkin notes myself, and then I'll get into my official formal statement. First of all, apologies for the differences on dates that you mentioned, Max. That was entirely on us as far as the mudjacking visits. The gentleman who owned the mudjacking company, who was our original person who helped us, he retired, and his main guy took over and died. And then his main guy took over, but in all of this, past records are just completely lost. So we were ballparking. We were able to get a statement because all three of those gentlemen were present during both situations. And so he just gave a statement of this is what I recall. But again, we don't have specifics for you as to how many yards went in and all of that. So apologies for that. As for the reputation overall of this program, I'm not going to argue that it's probably stellar everywhere except in Colorado. And I'm going to guess that that may have something to do with the fact that it is structured differently than the 5 other states that are included in this grant program. The 5 other states did structure as insurance programs, and they have paid out many claims. So I'm just going to say, our personal experience has been that in Colorado, this program has not earned a 5-star rating. Just say that. And I have one more question regarding the coverage of this program. And I don't know if this is the appropriate place to pose this question, but I have heard in all this testimony measurements to determine collapse of the pillars. Well, in between each of those pillars is a great big cavern with an unsupported ceiling. And what about the collapse of the unsupported ceiling? Why are we focusing on the pillars? Is it out of the question that this big cavern with air underneath it, drying out the soils this way, and houses on top of it, pushing down this way, in between the pillars, could create a problem? So now I'm going to get to my formal statement because it's more fun. Okay. Kenny, my husband, grew up on a tropical island in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, where he started his t-shirt business that we now run from our home at Saddle Mountain. Kenny has lived through 4 hurricanes, including the Cat 5 Hurricane Hugo. I don't know if you guys remember that, completely decimated the entire island. And then his ex embezzled all of the money out of the business, leaving him with 3 kids and no money. He has been kicked in the head by a horse, hit by a Mack truck. I am not lying. I'm not making this up. And hit by a bus. I do not allow him to get near train tracks. I'm just saying. And then we had COVID. What I'm trying to say is Kenny is no stranger to disaster. He just lives in the moment and he keeps going and he keeps smiling. Today, we're just trying to prevent disaster before it happens. We blended our family of 6 kids, kind of like a Brady Bunch, but we don't have an Alice. I want an Alice. And then we had a son, so now we're a yours, mine, and ours family. We raised all 7 of these kids in this house, and the house shows it. One time the boys threw our daughter's Barbie doll, and it hit the wall face first. Now I've got these 2 little perfect dents in the wall from her chest. I love that kind of damage to my house, okay? Then there was a stage where our boys went through a parkour phase where they tried to navigate around the inside of the house without their feet touching the floor. And I ended up with footprints in places you would never expect to see footprints, okay? Boys. Now they're all moved out except for ours, who's now 17, and he plays tuba. Yes, it just keeps going. That's a whole new element of fun. So our life is one of planned chaos, and we have a constant flow of house guests. So when our basement tiles started to get too cracked to walk on safely, because that's where the guest rooms are, of course, we just put a whole bunch of throw rugs on. And then the sewer pipe popped off. By the way, correction, our house did not flood, our basement did not flood. We just had about a 10-foot swath of black stuff that was toxic waste, which was such a joy to clean up. And of course, that happened 3 days before we had guests coming. So that was an unplanned chaos, and it really stunk. Okay, tough crowd. Then the whole porch sinking thing happened. And then the cement truck kept pumping more and more mud down there, and I got worried. So I called my sister, who was in Houston, saying, our house is going to drop into the mine shaft. And she happened to be at Bible study and picked up the phone. I don't know why. So she had that whole group praying over me, and that was a whole nother thing. And Kenny really did start saying, hey, Ardit, look down before you step out the front door, because he thought that was really funny. So these days, we just give a big disclaimer to any visitors about why things are so wonky. I look forward to getting our house stabilized so that we can make things presentable again. We can't have folks disappearing into the abyss. Although we have considered renting out our basement as an Airbnb with the theme, the drop-off. Bring your mother-in-law. More seriously, back in 2005, I was a realtor. And I went to preview a home across a hill, an open area on the other side of Rock Rimmon. Newer home. I went in to see why it was so cheap. The basement had literally fallen out. I opened the door to the basement and it was utter blackness. I know this can happen. I know that holes can open up. As Kenny talked about, the sinkhole at the end of Saddle Mountain on the other side of the neighborhood with this gentleman who has lived there for forever, sat and sort of, like sat out on his lawn chair and watched at least 13 city sent cement trucks come and go to try to fill that sinkhole. And 13 was the minimum number. I don't have record of that. I kind of tried searching city records, couldn't find it. But my point is, this can happen. This can happen. And even if our mine shafts or the rooms are not as shallow as the ones in Cragmore, all the problems in Cragmore wasn't that 20 years ago when all of that was happening, okay? I see that as sort of the tip of the iceberg, the beginning of a domino effect. We are on the outer edge of the mine. It gets shallower where we are and it goes deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Doesn't it make sense that ours could 20 years later, even though it's deeper, start finally exhibiting the effects of subsidence, especially if it's in a room and not a pillar collapse? Even if we wanted to move out of the area because our home is progressively getting more dangerous, we couldn't afford to, because we would have to disclose this pre-existing subsidence damage that we are convinced our house is tilting backwards. Our front porch dropped but it broke right where the rebar holds the porch on to the rest of the house, and the rest of the house is doing this. And the porch is dropping, and our pillars keep separating the top and the bottom further and further. We had it mud-jacked up, and it happened again. Where that mud went, it didn't go under our house. Our foundation wall is all the way down in the front. Where did those 2.5 trucks of cement go? I don't know. But if our house reaches the point where it's uninhabitable, we're up a creek because I can't sell it, can't afford to fix it. I am not asking the program to pay for pre-existing damage. My hope with this program, and I've been looking through the literature, can't really find the answer to this, is that they would help stabilize the house to prevent the very expensive future damage. So if it were, say, an insurance program, I don't know how that would work, but a lot of insurance programs will help you do preventative mitigation so that they don't have to pay out a heck of a lot more when you do finally fall into the hole that exists below your house. I really hope you'll take a good hard look at the current process in place with this mining program run by very, very nice people. We really enjoyed our interaction with the gentleman that we're drilling. Rachel has been very kind and more than professional. But we need you to change something, not just for us, not just for Austin, but as he said, for the rest of our neighborhood, we are the tip of the iceberg. We're in the next shallow, and it gets deeper and deeper and deeper. So please help us. And I can say this. The end.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you very much. We certainly do feel for you folks living in the conditions that you are living in. So at this point, let's open it up for questions, deliberation.
You, I mean,
Not yet. Questions from the board? Do we have the information we want from the appellants and the staff, or can we reserve that right to ask questions as we debate amongst us?
you could always open it back up to ask a question if one comes up, but typically close testimony, move to deliberations if the board doesn't have questions.
Does that make sense to everyone? All right, so hang tight. Questions, comments from the discussion? We have four points. The first one was whether the division followed the proper process to reach the decision to deny damage. The second question was around the technical investigation, whether the report addressed the area geology and possible impacts from historical coal mines sufficiently. And the third one was the basis for denial, or the division's denial, where they correctly evaluated the information prior to making the decision to not deny damage claims. And the fourth point was struck from the hearing.
Take them one at a time.
Certainly can. Does that make sense to the rest of the board?
They're all kind of related.
They are, they are. I think maybe take 1 and 3. They both talked about this, the division and their process and responsibility to be accountable for the decision.
Karen Stiglmeyer, I want to say first, I really understand the appellant perspectives, and I think if I lived there, I would definitely want to blame the mine. And I do buy the idea that it could be real subsidence validated in 20 years. But I don't think we're set up to do preventative work. I think it's very complicated, as we've seen. But I always want to follow the best science. And I'm very convinced that touch tech studies with the drilling and the evaluations clearly show me that it's soil, water, and drying. And I do think in the future it could be something different, but right now I think we have a basis for denial.
Bill Baker, I live in El Paso County, so I'm very familiar with the problem that we face. And there's a lot of homes that have had real serious issues with mines and mining and construction. I think the state has done a good job of analyzing in this particular case. I think that through the consultant, they've done a good job of getting us the information. Is the program adequate? I personally don't think it is, the program, but that's not what we're charged to do today. I didn't think it was adequate before I heard this. So, but that's a whole other story. And a lot of this program is by legislation. So we can't change that anyway. I mean, we're just an arm of the state. So, I think the state's done a good job. I think, unfortunately, at this point, there's nothing we can do.
Mr. Mock, any comments?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Madam Chair, to the appellants. Similarly, just want to express my regrets for the challenges that you're working through. And I think is a board, address what we're not considering today, and that's the program itself. We deal with mining permits and issues and hearings month after month. This is the first time we've gone through a process that we've had an appeal, and there's always opportunities to learn, and we've learned through those ways. I would encourage staff that we'll have an opportunity perhaps to think about this and spot check it in the future as we discuss this program. But regardless of that, it does come down to that question of whether this is subsistence impacted by subsistence in the coal mine. And I appreciate Tetra Tech's not only the presentation and the work that was done, but I also think that the rebuttal of the doctor from the School of Mines, and I appreciate him taking the time to evaluate and review that was very important work, actually. It informed us, but I'm swayed still that Tetra Tech and their review and the staff of that report, I'm still swayed that this is not attributed to coal mine subsistence. So I will be upholding the staff's decision.
All right. Ms. Morris or Mr. Ortiz?
I can go. Nell Wareham here. Yeah, I agree with the comments of the board, and certainly feel for the homeowners. It's given me a lot of thought about, home ownership in general, and just, all of the things we have to think about that sometimes you don't realize that you do need to think about, right? Certainly much more comfortable in the area of mining than I am in the area of what's appropriate soil compactation for, building construction and all of that. So I think that there's still some variables out there that obviously are not part of what we're considering here. Obviously that was addressed in some of that 1984 discussion about the foundational structure and construction of these homes originally. I think that, Tetra Tech did a thorough investigation on the space that was brought to their attention for which they were contracted for. You know, there's a significant amount of evidence here scientifically, and the boreholes, you know, anytime you can always keep going and going on this. And I think that this conversation right now certainly gives us more information than we had previously and points us in a direction to say that more information is always better in terms of making thoughtful recommendations in the future. But I think given what we have jurisdictional oversight to here, as the staff is recommending it right now, I do think that they've followed the protocol, they've followed the resources that they were given in place, and you know, it's complex, is putting it lightly.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, yeah, I'll say a few things too. This has been incredible to just hear from you, Mr. Rivenberg, and Ms. Lindquist. I truly believe you are advocating for your own family safety and your neighbor's safety by showing up here today, you know, taking time out of your day to be here, voice your valid concerns around the safety of your neighborhood. That's completely valid. I also, we've heard from a lot of experts in geology and engineering today, and construction, right? Kind of the general surveying that needs to go on before structures are built. So I think we've covered a lot of the factors that play into why we're here today. And it's so site specific, you know, with Cragmore area kind of being more susceptible. But yet, you know, there's still being incidences in Rock Rimmon where this has happened, right? And houses have had to, you know, be demolished. I think I heard that from Tetra Tech, but I feel like this was a thorough process, but a great example of civic engagement and showing up for yourselves and for your neighborhood. So I applaud the appellants there. But I think this has been thorough, and yeah, the rule itself, you know, that's another matter to discuss later. You know, just not in our jurisdiction right now today, but definitely good for all of us to think about moving forward, and hopefully we can just keep that conversation going. Thanks.
May I suggest, in terms of completeness, that we do walk through the 3 points one by one? I think the board overall has the 20,000 foot picture together, but to make sure we're not overlooking any of the details because of the gravity of this situation. So please humor me. Do we the board feel that the division has followed the proper process to reach the decision to deny?
I do.
Should we go through a motion?
Well, let's
process,
just talk and make sure we're not overlooking any minor details or anything, just for completeness.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Madam Chair. And I think it was Ms. Nicholas that laid out the process also that they follow, and I was tracking with where this went all the way to this appeal. So I believe so.
I like chronological everything. And I appreciate, but I did appreciate from the division is when there is an oversight, the immediate correction and taking accountability in that too, and working with the appellants on knowing that we're all human, and let's make sure we correct it and get back to a more thorough answer. So I think that process made sure we didn't overlook anything, thanks to the appellants and as well. So we're all comfortable with point one, that process was followed. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Questions around Tetra Tech's geotechnical investigation? Did the report address the area geology and possible impacts from the historical coal mining sufficiently? Is there any doubt in our minds that incline drilling versus vertical drilling or anything else around that would have given a better or different result?
I'll go first.
Thank you.
I think there can always be a doubt, but I think they did a thorough job. And I would say even maybe a little more than thorough. We certainly spent enough money on it. So yes, I would say that they did a thorough job.
I agree. I think they did a thorough job, and yeah, we could spend another $1 million drilling deeper and doing more and more and more, but I think it was a thorough job as it was done.
And the process to hire them too, I think was laid out really well of, 5-year, getting folks that have the qualifications to get the needs you have, outside of the division, adding that capacity. So I think that was really well explained, because there's experts that work for the division and they got a lot of other stuff going on, and it's understandable to get an outside expertise and then come back with your team and look at the results together.
Bill, do you have any comments or?
Did you say Bill or Nell?
No. No.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. No, I agree. Certainly within the scope of what they were, asked to assess, it is a tricky one with underground mine workings to know exactly which borehole is appropriate, but that's a significant depth. It looked like the cores that were retrieved from that borehole gave them lots of good detail. The conversation about water and kind of the vapor smells of what would indicate how the underground workings might still be behaving was a great observation. And just reflecting on this generally, we hear not only about the projects that this program helps out with for residential situations, but all of the legacy issues of coal and just how incredibly complicated they are, and difficult to kind of track things down and understand. And so I think that the combination that Tetra Tech did to do the deep boreholes, but then to get other initial data, around the surrounding area was adequate for their investigation.
Thank you. All right, so everyone comfortable with that step 2 was robustly met. All right, last but not least, the basis for the division's denial. Do we believe the division correctly evaluated the information prior to making the decision to deny the damage claims? I don't mean to be silent here. I think especially presenting the fact of what they've done in the area and the differences before that, it's not that it's probably in many ways easier to give settlement money than to not, to when it's at all in question. But I felt pretty comfortable that they owned the work of their consultants, but yet yielded to their expertise above and beyond themselves to make sure they weren't they were being very holistic in their view of the problem. Anyone else?
I think they were very thorough. I think they did their due diligence, and that doesn't mean something couldn't happen in the future, because that's a very real possibility. But I think that they did, I think the state did as well.
I agree. I think the early on investigation on past information is a great way to start, and then getting more and more information, evaluating not just those specific properties, but surrounding properties. I think there was really good information to base the denial on.
Let me just kind of interject that maybe, and this is a real maybe the state could be a little more transparent with the residents as they are going through the process. Now, that's not criticism. That's just a suggestion. It's not even an observation. I'm not saying that you weren't transparent, but I think in this case, the state could and should be completely transparent with the residents. There's only 700 homes in El Paso County that are under this program. And although you're not getting the result that you wanted, I think that if we are transparent, that can be communicated to the other 698 residents in El Paso County. And it might give us a little bit better report card. Just a suggestion.
All right, any other comments from the board? Questions?
Sure, now Wareham again. You know, it was inferred a bit by the appellant that maybe the state wasn't trying to be protective of the residents or maybe using this in the proper function. And while this is the first time that this particular kind of case has come before the board, in the years that I've been on the board, I can't think of a single instance where staff or key consultants or the board hasn't been very much thoughtful on the protectiveness of the residents of Colorado, the future use of Colorado, which, you know, while now where we are might not include housing developments, isn't to say that this isn't still a future use of the economy of Colorado and the resiliency of it from either a reclamation or an end use piece. And so those are discussions that we do have with every single case that comes before us, educated by staff, right? Very thoroughly educated by staff and their expertise. So while I think that this case is a little unique for us, the theme of it is what we do encounter each month, and I think why we're all sitting here, and frankly why staff also is working in this department as well, because we do want this to be the best outcomes for the state and the future of Colorado.
Nicely said, thank you. All right. I need a motion.
What motion are you looking for? That we accept our findings?
That we maintain the decision to.
Let me try
Thank
this. I would move, in regards to file number MSPP 7274 Saddle Mountain Road Claim Decision Appeal. I move that the board uphold the staff decision and deny the appellant's appeal.
I second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. The board has supported the division's decision to deny. It is important for us. We are here, we are a citizens appointed board, that we take our jobs very seriously and in protecting the citizens of Colorado to the best within the intent of the law. And we do understand that you folks have some concerns on the fourth measure, and sir, I was appreciative of your actions towards that matter. So just beyond the measure of the board today. So thank you all, division. Lots of good work in informing us. Tetra Tech, thank you so much for your time and your education. We appreciate everyone's participation today. Certainly on the board too. All right, let's move forward. With somewhere under here, there's an agenda. All right. Moving on to item 7. Is there any discussion items from the staff?
No, ma'am, due to today's hearings and stuff.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment? No other public on the board?
No, Madam Chair.
And any need to move into executive session?
Not.
All right, so the May 15th, 2024 Mine Land Reclamation Board meeting is hereby adjourned. We'll see you next month.